To win, you got to not lose.
Alrighty then. Well. Good day, everybody. Welcome. It is time for the college football playoff games to begin. More importantly, we're getting ready to get into a new year. 2026 is just 5 hours away. And, of course, I'll be live tomorrow for the playoff games. You guys have chosen that I'll be live for the Indiana-Alabama game. So, I'll be live for that. Yay! So, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, though, wow, what a strand of what a strand of days it's been for me. First off, let me turn on my lights. Can't believe I went the stream without showing off my new toys. What's wrong with me? I got a new toy for Christmas, and I finally got to setting it up, and I want to show you guys. So you probably saw it in the FBS report, but I want to show you guys anyway. Look at how cool that is. It's so cool. It's a thing that does a thing. Basically, it's just an upgrade on the lights. That's all it really was. It's not anything too special, but I wanted to show you guys anyway because it looks cool. Also, you might notice the camera's a little bit different. I switched to dynamic lighting because for whatever reason, my camera kept trying to be dark, like really, really, really dark to where it was kind of hard to see me. So I was like, that's weird. That's stupid. But it's been a weird strand of days for me. I'm going to talk about the game in just a minute, don't you worry. Vote in the poll if you haven't already. I'm going to end it pretty soon. I want to make sure I end it this time before the game begins and don't miraculously remember halfway through it. But yeah, no, it's been a crazy set of days for us in the college football world. And moreover, it's been a sad strand of days for us Tennessee fans. First off, Scott Crawford, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, good sir. Says, sorry, Squid, I'm rooting for Big Ten over SEC. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you in regards to that. People have come to this conclusion. First of all, I agree there's a lot of people talking about the SEC and how bad they look in the bowl season. And yeah, they look like absolute dog water in the offseason. The SEC is getting belt to cheeks in the, not in the offseason, the bowl season. Because they are. The SEC is getting outright decimated during bowl season. I haven't seen the conference get embarrassed this bad in a very, very long time, if ever. And, you know, people are quick to jump on them, and I can't necessarily blame them. To say that there aren't any SEC homers out there would be a lie. I even have the, sometimes because it is my conference, sometimes I want the SEC to win as well. But I'm not one of these SEC glazers who just wants them to win every single game because, I mean, everybody in here knows, Lord knows, the last thing I want is for the daggum mouse to win another national championship. I can't think of anything worse other than Tennessee going 0-12 than Georgia winning another natty. I literally cannot think of anything worse than that. I mean, I don't care who they're playing on the field, no matter who it is. It could be a team full of like 22 Diego Pavias for all I care. I'm still going to be rooting for all the Pavias over Georgia. So, no. The only team I'm going to glaze is my own. By the way, Chick-fil-A closed early, so henceforth I got a McDonald's milkshake. I had to substitute. How was the Music City Bowl? It was wonderful. Not really. The game itself was it was a good game. I mean, it was a fun game to watch. Very competitive. It was unfortunate that somebody had to lose, but I'm going to say this, and I'll talk about it more on the FBS report. But since we got the time before this game begins, I guess I'll start out by saying this. A lot of shit needs to happen for Tennessee because if I'm being completely honest, the team that I saw play yesterday was a team that just did not give a shit. The team as a whole did not want to be there, and that is a culture issue. That's a leadership issue. There's only a handful of players, maybe 5 at most, that were actually there wanting to play from start to finish. Joey Aguilar is obviously one of them. Hell of a season for Joey Aguilar. Despite the record, despite everything that's happened, Joey Aguilar came in, substituted for Nico, and has probably done well better than what he would have brought us. So I can't complain about that. He did a hell of a lot of work. Braylon Staley, he had a great day yesterday. He passed the record for most catches for a freshman. So shout out to Braylon Staley, or at least most receptions. He broke the school record for most receptions in a single season, is what I meant to say. So shout out to Braylon Staley, all of our running backs, Deshaun Bishop, Star Thomas, both of them, they played out of their minds, or at least tried to with the resources that they were given. The offensive line needs to be refreshed from top to bottom. I saw one of our freshman interior linemen hit the portal, and to me, I say go ahead and get rid of all of them, because if that's the best that we've got for an offensive lineman, then obviously we need to just go ahead and refresh it from start to finish, because that was absolute dog shit. I mean, Illinois' D-line bullied that putrid sack of shit of an O-line for 60 minutes. It was awful. It was awful. And the part that pisses me off so much about that is not the fact that they did it, but it's the fact that the talent fee paid for all of that. Masquerading around as this elite program with all this money, Danny Dimes sitting there like Scrooge McDuck with all the money laying in a pool of coins. Meanwhile, we can't even beat Illinois in the Music City Bowl. Think about that. We lost in the Music City Bowl again. It's a repeat of the first year that Heupel was here. Literally, we have gone in reverse. And it's been that whole thing, that whole game was a macrocosm of what's been this entire season for my Volunteers. There have been so many times, and you guys have seen it, literally you've seen it, where we won a game that we weren't supposed to because of how we performed on the field. And I even said, like in the Mississippi State game, I was like, how the hell did we win this game? This team as a whole, not a specific player, because you have players that perform better and you have players that perform like absolute dog shit year in and year out. But the team as a whole this year just looked in the terms of Mark Stoops, unmotivated, unprepared, undisciplined, and it's been a problem all year long. And not only that, but it has gotten somehow even worse as the year has progressed. It wasn't near as bad as in the first 3 games as it was once we got to the final slate of the season. And look, there's a misconception here with this team. The talent's not the issue. The talent isn't the issue. The talent fee is paying for good talent. It's the reason why we beat Mississippi State, because we literally talent feed our way to the win. We bullshitted our way to beating teams like Mississippi State and Arkansas when they played better than us through the entirety of the ball game. You know what I mean? I'm sure you know what I mean. We've already proven through our performance against Georgia that we can contend with anybody in the country if we got the right leadership, and we just didn't. We didn't. So here's what I'm going to say about Josh Heupel, because you guys are wondering at this point what I've got to say. Here's where I stand on Heupel. He's a fantastic recruiter. You give him the resources, he is a great recruiter. Fantastic. He is a great play caller. Because Heupel has called a lot of the plays. He doesn't trust his own offensive coordinator. He's called the majority of the plays. He's called some fantastic plays. He's not a good head coach. I'm just telling you. He is not a good coach. People have him as a top 10 head coach. Lies. I don't even think he's in the top 25. He might be one of the worst coaches in the SEC right now. Truth be told, legitimately. Half of the reason we aren't 5-7 right now and being shy of a bowl is because of the talent fee. That's the only reason. Our talent quite literally bullshitted us all the way to the end of the finish, or the finish line. End of the finish. You get what I'm saying. This team overall just looks unprepared, undisciplined, unmotivated, and it was the macrocosm of what we saw in the Illinois game. A team that just did not want to be there, just did not care. And people are going to say, oh, of course they didn't want to be there. It's a useless bowl game. Let's not get into that. And besides, even if it was a useless bowl game, they've been playing like this all year long. They played exactly like that in the Vanderbilt game. Undisciplined, unmotivated, just didn't give a shit. Offensive line just They were just there going through the motions. So was Heupel, but based on his coaching. How many deep bombs did you see last night if you were watching the game? And even if you weren't watching the game and didn't see any of them, you'd be right. We didn't have a single one. We did not throw downfield. We did not throw downfield more than 15 yards once. I mean, that's absolutely insane to think about. We have a coach that played scared last night, and it bit him once again in the cheeks. So, all that to say, Heupel's not the guy. He's just not. I don't think we should fire him. I don't think we should, especially after just getting Jim Knowles. But I don't think he's the guy. If we do manage to put it all together and find a way to do something, it won't be because of him. It'll be because of Jim Knowles or somebody else on that roster, and it will have nothing to do with Heupel. He can recruit the guys, he can call the plays, but he cannot coach. That's just the reality of the situation. It's the truth. At least this milkshake's good, but yeah. He doesn't have it. To go back in reverse like this after the years that we've had, it is just terrible. And people are going to say, because here's what I'm going to say, I think he is better than Butch. But the gap is not as big as you think. Yes, he did beat Alabama twice. But let's not act like a lot of that wasn't due to the talent fee, because if you watch those games, a lot of that was due to the talent fee, which again, you got to give him credit for recruiting those guys. He brought them in. But just like Butch, we never had a team that could develop them into their potential. Plus, it's another one of these situations where you have a head coach who wants to be right about everything and refuses to make any change or adjustments because of it. You guys know that. I've been harping on it I've been harping on it ever since Heupel got the head coaching job at Tennessee. He has not made a single coaching adjustment since he got here. Not one. Go back all the way to the performances that we had this upcoming year all the way through. He brings the same level of offense or defense in every single game. No adjustments, no substitutions, no changes. He brings out the same pathetic linemen week in, week out. Because here's what I'll tell you. If I saw Lance Hurd last night as the head coach, if I saw Lance Hurd last night playing like he was, I would have given him a couple of drives, and then after drive number 5, I would have taken him aside and been like, hey, so we appreciate you. We do. But you're done. You can sit on the bench. You can watch another lineman come in, since obviously you don't want to try. You don't want to go and give it your all for Tennessee. We have a slogan at the University of Tennessee saying, I will give my all for Tennessee. But the team I saw yesterday, they gave about 30%. Maybe from now on, when you exit Neyland Stadium or go into the stadium, go onto the field and tap that sign, it needs to say, I will give marginally 35% for Tennessee. Because you ain't giving your all. You ain't. None of you are. With the exception of Joey Aguilar and some of the guys on the offense, most of you aren't doing it. And the fact that Heupel as a coach has allowed that to go on for as long as it has is just a testament to tell me that he's not head coaching material. He just can't do it. He can't. He doesn't trust his coordinator. He doesn't trust his quarterback. Did not let him throw downfield one time. Doesn't trust his line. That's why he was calling a bunch of screens and runs up the middle. It was like the 24 offense, except it was just with Aguilar running it. It was sad, man. It was pathetic. The whole thing was a complete joke. So, I feel scammed. I do. Because the talent fee paid for us to lose in the Music City Bowl. So, all I can really say at this point, because we got 5 or so minutes until this game starts, all I'm going to say is we got one more year. I know that. But Tennessee fans are sick of it. You look on Twitter, they're fed up with it by this point. I'm fed up with it. Most people are already done with him. I don't think he's had coaching material. Now it's going to be up to him to prove me wrong. He said in the press conference, the traditional coach speak, blah, blah, blah. Next year will look absolutely nothing like this. Yes, you said that the last 19 times, and look how it panned out. You said it after every game. Oh, next week's not going to look anything like this. What happens the next week? The same freaking thing. Nobody believes you anymore. Nobody. They all just, literally all anybody sees you as is Bobby Hill making $10 million a year for mediocrity. That's all anybody sees you as anymore. You're not a serious threat anymore. Tennessee was at least taken as some sort of marginal threat back in the 22 and 23 seasons. We aren't that anymore. We aren't a threat in this conference. Nobody gives a shit about us. And rightfully so. We suck. We suck hard. So it's going to be up to him. 26 is either going to be one of the worst years in recent memory of Tennessee football, or it's going to be that year where Heupel changes things. Because he's got one of two choices. Either he does that, or he lays down, dies, and we see him and Danny Dimes both get kicked out of Knoxville by the start of next season. We'll know. We'll know. If Heupel wants to keep his job, he's going to have to give up play calling just like he's trying to do too much. Yeah, that's what it's not only the play calling, but he's got to focus on clock management. That's the whole reason why this is such a problem. Clock management screwed us up again in several games this year. Several games. The Georgia game, for one, where the false start wound up leading to a missed field goal by Max Gilbert. Oh, and of course, let me go ahead and say this. Max Gilbert's got to go. I'm sorry. I feel for the kid because he's not a bad kicker. He's just the most unclutch kicker of all time because he gets into his own head, and the moment he does, the field goal is already missed. He just doesn't know it yet. And until that happens, he's going to be pretty much just useless. So it's better off to just find a new field goal kicker. That's what I think. I'm sorry, but he got to go. But in case you guys are wondering how the game was, because that's what you were asking about, I've been ranting about Heupel and Tennessee. The game itself was fun. I told you guys about this earlier when I had found out through a short. I figured out why those tickets are as cheap as they were, because normally they're $400, as Danny Dimes, Danny Dimes wants to make us pay significant amounts for these tickets. I figured out why it was $200 less. We get there and we get in our seats, and instantly I found out it was smack dab right in the middle of the Illinois section of the Music City Bowl. Literally surrounded by Fighting Illini. Surrounded. There was pretty much no Tennessee fan within range of me and Lucas. And I was standing there with the dadgum mustard costume. I wasn't timid for this one. We were jumping, we were celebrating. Lucas accidentally shoved a guy in front of him while he was celebrating the kick return touchdown. But all that to say, I mean, the Illinois fans, I do have a newfound respect for them. If you're an Illinois fan watching this right now, know that I have a newfound respect for your fan base. You guys were awesome to us because we were literally in the hive. We were literally in the lion's den, and you guys could have chewed us apart the moment we lost that game, but they didn't. They were as kind as they possibly could be to us. Hell of a sportsmanship performance by Illinois and their fans. I'll say that much. So, yeah, no, the game itself was really fun. It was fun to cheer on the team. It was fun standing around. We had several good conversations with the Illinois fans around us. I mean, they were good people. They were loud as shit. I won't lie about that. They were loud all night long, screaming nonstop. Literally, it's funny. I haven't heard that type of passion even out of the most supposedly passionate SEC fan bases. Alabama wasn't like that. Georgia wasn't like that. When I was standing smack dab in the student section of Georgia, they weren't like that. None of them were like that at all. At all. They weren't near as passionate. And the one good conversation I had with the Georgia fan was him saying, "Oh, are you a Tennessee fan?" Yes, I believe so. And then he proceeded to call me a bunch of slurs I can't say on YouTube. So yeah, know you're a good fan base, Illinois. Good fan base. They had no reason to be kind to us, and yet they were. Sucks even worse that Texas, who hasn't even been in SEC 2 years now, currently holds SEC's last shred of dignity. Yeah, the SEC is outright terrible. There's going to have to probably be another SEC Get Out video. And pretty much the fate of the SEC Get Out video lies on whatever happens to Mississippi State. I never thought Mississippi State would be the team that holds that together, but they are. Because remember, they beat Arizona State early in the season. They have to lose to Wake Forest. If they lose to Wake Forest, I've got a clear path to make that SEC Get Out video once eventually all the teams get eliminated because, well, probably will. I'm not confident there's an SEC team that wins the Natty this year. And I'd have it. I like it that way because if I had to choose between Bama, Georgia. Oh, God. Oh, I'd rather have Ohio State run it back. Ay. You can't chop up a worse scenario than that. Scott Crawford, thank you for the 2, says Notre Dame versus Miami, Catholics versus convicts. That is true. It's a shame that Notre Dame wasn't in. Maybe he could have put up an interesting fight. I don't know. We'll never know. Or too chicken shit to play. Hey, but it did set us up for what was a really, really entertaining Pop-Tart Bowl. That Pop-Tart Bowl was really fun. Leave it to Lincoln Riley to end the Big Ten's undefeated bowl streak. Yeah, the Big Ten was on a roll until Lincoln Riley pulled a Lincoln Riley. And that was the most Lincoln Riley way to lose. Because the end of that ball game, I was watching on the ride home. I thought USC had him. Sacked back all the way at like around the 35-yard line. TCU's kicker, they don't have a lot of faith in him. You've got him back at like a 3rd and 30-something. Literally all you got to do is stop him, and they have to go for the long field goal. But nope, guess what? They throw a screen. There's like 17 USC guys around him. They all miss. Every single one of them. And then he has a free line for the touchdown. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Lest we forget the fact that wasn't even Josh Hoover. That wasn't TCU's starter. That was Ken Seals, the legend for Vanderbilt, the man who lost by 20 to ETSU. Yeah, Lincoln Riley people in shambles. Has he done like anything for them in recent memory? I want to know, because I don't think he has. Yeah, Lincoln Riley's another coach who, he's not on the hot seat, but next year needs to be a year where he starts to answer for some of his crimes of mediocrity. Otherwise, I don't see him sticking around much longer. I just don't. Southern Cal fans, I mean, you guys can agree with me on this. Has he done anything of significance since he got there at USC? I don't think he has. He really hasn't. No conference championships. I mean, he just can't get out of his own way. Pop-Tart Bowl should be the title game. Imagine those Pop-Tarts getting sacrificed during the trophy presentation. Yeah, it's funny. They're one of the only they're one of the only bowl games who actually cares. Do. Yeah, no, that is true. The only thing if USC has a bad year next year, the only thing they're going to have left to hold on to Lincoln Riley for is that recruiting class, because they do. They have the best recruiting class right now. But again, you can't rely on that and that only, because Jimbo Fisher had a phenomenal recruiting class, and look how that turned out. Yeah, the SEC, at least in bowl season, the SEC is getting belt to ass. They just are. It hasn't been like that all season. I mean, they put up a hell of a performance. I mean, they were, I think they were like 14-6 or something like that against everybody else, like the other power conferences in the regular season. But again, how much does that even mean right now? USC should go back to the Pac-12 because they will all they will ever be is 7-5. Hey, they did better than 7-5 this year. They went 9-3. Had they beat Oregon or somebody like that, they could have had a path for the playoffs. I have to defend them because they're one of Illinois' quality wins. And, as you know, Illinois put Beltass on us, so. I just realized there's a home game for Miami. Is it really? Yeah, no, it's not. This is the Cotton Bowl. You're thinking of the Orange Bowl. Bama could go 0-12 and still think they deserve the playoffs because apparently no one else can win with their schedule. Yeah, I think we've all proven that a lot of the narratives around Bama's schedule have just been proven false. Just the reality of the situation. It's still way better than Notre Dame's. Because Notre Dame's schedule is built like this. A literal bag of gummy bears. But it's not like this unfathomable gauntlet that they make it out to be. It's nowhere near that. At least the SEC teams who lost still gave an actual fight instead of getting skull-dragged like Michigan and Nebraska. I haven't been keeping tabs on Nebraska. I was keeping heavy tabs on the Michigan-Texas game. But yeah, no, Nebraska took a whooping. Then again, though, Nebraska's season was kind of forfeit in the moment Dylan Raiola went down, and then he hit the portal for added measure. Past that point, it was hard to say that they really cared all that much. Because they really didn't. Anyway, let me go ahead and set this camera up because it's time. Cotton Bowl getting ready to begin. Quarterfinal matchup, Ohio State and Miami. Now let me go ahead and do the smart thing and end this in this here poll because I actually remembered this time. And as expected, you guys had... I'm going to say that's actually really close. That's way closer than I thought it was going to be. 59% for the Nuts. I figured the whopping majority of you would have gone with Ohio State. The SEC conference is now 3-6. Yeah, this is like... the SEC is having what the ACC had last year. A terrible bowl season. And everybody's got a right to laugh at him for it because the SEC is just playing like dog shit this year. And in case you're wondering, no, they're not the best conference. I made a joke about that on a tweet saying that it's a different, not a different league anymore. And people actually got mad at me for it. They're like, "Oh, shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking bitch." Like, what? Why are you so mad at me? What did I do wrong? I'm literally agreeing with y'all. All these SEC haters came out of the woodwork and telling me that I'm the idiot for saying that the SEC is playing like shit. I'm literally agreeing with you. Reading comprehension is hard for some people. You wouldn't believe it, but it really is. Missouri and Tennessee are no longer top 25, especially since they lost their 5th game in bowl season. Oh, well, they never were. Past the point they were unranked, they lost their ranking. They never got their... They were never ranked entering bowl season. So, they're just not quality wins anymore. Nor were they ever, especially since they couldn't... Both Missouri and Tennessee couldn't beat an FBS opponent over 500. Hell, a 500 team would have been good to beat for either one of those teams. But they just couldn't do it. Best sports channel on the internet, bar none. Enjoy the Cotton Bowl. I am too damn tired. I won't watch until we get violated by Georgia tomorrow night. Domestic violence. Hey, have some faith. Have some faith. Lane Kiffin leaving might have motivated y'all. I believe in you. No, but please do. The longer they survive in this playoff run, the more worried I get that they're actually going to find a way to dadgum win in the national championship, and the apocalypse is here. If that happens, the apocalypse is here. The entire internet is doomed. Anyway, we're getting ready to kick off here. Ohio State setting to kick this ball off to Miami. The Canes are going to get the first stab on offense. You think this one would be a higher scoring game than 10-7? Or could we be looking at a 6-3? Maybe 6-9 if we're lucky. 6-7. Let me run with that joke for a little bit longer. It's almost 2026, so past this point, that joke will be dead. How many receptions will Carson Beck have tonight? I think he'll throw at least one to Caleb Downs. Got to. Here's the kickoff. Flying back all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Canes will get the start at the 25-yard line. We're still laughing at Notre Dame. Oh, we're going to keep laughing at Notre Dame. That's never going to stop. How much time was Missouri ranked top 25 this year? 7 or 8? They were ranked for a while. I know that. I know they fell out of the rankings earlier than Tennessee did. So it'd have to be at least, yeah, you're probably right, 7 or 8. Which that's just how it is. You sometimes get teams wrong in the preseason. Penn State was ranked number 2 this year. And look where they ended up. Anyway, 1st and 10 for the Canes. 3 receivers out for him. Ball snapped. Here's Carson Beck back to throw. Throws over the middle. Little dump off is incomplete. Thrown at the ground. Beck misses his target. He had Mark Fletcher open over the middle. Just flat out missed him. If Ole Miss wins the national championship, you know the world is ending. Well, better outcome than Georgia winning. 2nd and 10 for the Canes here at the 25-yard line. Once again lined up 3 wide, now 4. Tight end in motion. Here's a handoff straight up the middle to Fletcher. He gets about 3 yards. It'll be 3rd and 7 coming up. I hate how college football nowadays is just dissolved into conference wars. Most people think rationally and don't care, but then you have these people who are hyper-fixated either for or against their conference. In the case of a lot of people now, they're hyper-fixated against the SEC, which is really stupid. Like, get a life. 3rd down and 7 here, 4 wide set. Ball snapped, back to throw again. They got pressure on the edge. He throws late. Got a man wide open. Incomplete. Had a man wide open over the middle. Beck missed him. Second bad throw for Carson Beck on a 3 and out. And it's going to be 4th down for the Canes. They'll have to punt right back to the Buckeyes. Had a man open right there. Just bad throw. Missed him. 4th and 7 now. Dylan Joyce to punt. Brandon Ennis back to return. Here's the punt. Boop. Slides all the way down to around the 21-yard line where it is returned. Or at least a little bit returned before he slips down after maybe a couple of yards. They'll start around the 24. That was a sneaky first drive for the Canes. If Ohio State just sneaks on down the field and scores effortlessly, this could be a long, long night for the Miami Hurricanes. But we'll see if they can get any of their weapons open. Miami did a great job shutting down Mario Craver against Texas A&M. So if they're able to do to him, or if they're able to do to Jeremiah Smith what they did to Craver, they've got a pretty good shot, I think, of keeping their offense at bay. But we'll see. From the 24-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Buckeyes. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Handoff straight up the middle. Decent blocking. Gets a little bit of a good run out of it. Maybe 3 or 4 yards on that one. 2nd and 6 coming up. And remind me, who has Miami played again outside of Notre Dame? Texas A&M for one. They beat the Aggies. If that's not a quality win for the Canes, then what will be? You know what I mean? 2nd and 7. Ball snapped. It's going to be a screen on the outside. Dump off incomplete. Looking for Carnell Tate on the sideline. Could not hit him. 3rd down and 7 coming up. Ay, ay, ay. Neither of these offenses doing much of anything. Are we about to see 2 drives over and done with in 2 minutes? Man moving in motion. Smith on the outside to the left. Here on 3rd and 7. 4 wide set. Making some adjustments up on the line. Back on the outside. Back to throw. Saying. Looking for somebody. Does not have any time. Goes down at the 15. Huge sack for the Canes. Ruben Bain got through there. And it's what I've been saying. If Ruben Bain is able to make something happen, then he's going to make something happen. Canes brought the sun out him. The offensive line had no idea it was coming. It's going to be 4th down. Ohio State backed up at the 15. Yeah, this is going to be a long night for both offenses. Here's the punt from around the 5, sails to about the 40, where it'll be taken in fair caught. Around the 39, I'd say. Yeah, I don't think either of these offenses are going to do much moving today. Every score is going to just be that much more significant. Think Norvell survives into 2026 at FSU. He'll make 2026. He'll be there next season. They said so. I'm not sure if he'll make it through the entire year, though. They haven't. The thing about Florida State is, unlike some of these other coaches who have had disappointing years, this is now the second disappointing year for Mike Norvell. Went 2-10 last year, 5-7 this year. Got beat by Florida, one of the worst Florida teams we've ever seen. Probably the worst Florida team most of us have ever seen. Got beat by that team. They're going to have a lot to answer for in 26. If Norvell doesn't make some serious improvements happen, he might be cooked. And the problem with that is I haven't seen much of anything, any moves that they've made in the offseason. All I've seen is players transfer out. And that's a big problem. Hey, Squid, want to wish you a happy new year. And by the way, different leagues. Yeah, let's play the old Kiffin stinger while we're at it. Why don't we?
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Play it again.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Indeed, you're in different leagues. What an outright disaster this bowl season has been for the SEC. Just outright terrible. The only way you outdo something like this is if you have a team from the SEC win the national championship. It's just the reality. Man, why is Pat McAfee doing my play-by-play commentary? It's a good question. I can't tell you. You know what? The playoff committee didn't do nearly as bad as they could have done this year. It didn't matter. For the most part, it didn't matter. They did the right thing. There can be arguments about Miami not Miami and Notre Dame, but Alabama and Notre Dame. But they had made the decision of putting Alabama in the playoffs well before the conference championship week. They didn't put any leverage on that. And they shouldn't, because Notre Dame isn't in a conference and shouldn't pass a team that lost their conference championship for it. All right, well, here we go. Miami in much better field position on their next drive, starting from the 39-yard line. Man moving in motion. Going to be another handoff. This one to Fletcher up the gut. Good for 4 yards. 2nd and 6. Ohio State may need to go with a screen pass or two to slow down that Miami blitz. They tried to dump it off earlier, but Miami read that one too. Dumped it off to Tate on 2nd down. Could not get anything out of that either. With 3-man set, here's Beck on a play action. Looking deep, all time to throw. Gets it off on the outside. Fletcher's open. He's down to the 50. Slides down around the 40-yard line where he gets out of bounds. That's a first down for Miami and the first big offensive momentum either team's gotten in this game. In terms of time, 2025 has been far the fastest year we've ever had. Oh, this year has gone by insanely fast. I'll say that for certain. This season has been like a blur, honestly. All right. 16-yard play by Mark Fletcher. It's 1st and 10 at Ohio State's 41-yard line. Fletcher up the middle. Nothing given there. Pushes for at least a yard before he gets shut down. It's going to be 2nd and 9. Texas Tech winning it all would be such poetic justice. I wouldn't mind if they did it. There's a couple of teams that I was rooting for. Obviously, James Madison and Tulane were the top two that I wanted to win it just for gits and shiggles. And since they can't, I wouldn't mind somebody like Texas Tech or Indiana or a team that has no relevancy towards us or necessarily a fan base that I dislike. 2nd and 9 now. Line up in a bunch formation. 3 receivers to the left. Back to throw. Plenty of time to throw. He gets it off to Fletcher. Oh, that was nearly picked off. It went off of Fletcher's hands, right into the hands of Reese, who dropped it, so it's going to be 3rd and 9. At this point, I want Ole Miss, Miami, or Texas Tech to win it all just to F with the Big Ten. Yeah, it's going to be a while, I think, before we see a team outside of the Big Ten or the SEC win the national championship. I'd love it if Texas Tech did it, represented the Big 12 or something, but it's going to be a while before we see that. Miami's the only shot for the ACC anyway, so you got to hope for them to win this. 3rd down and 9, 4 wide set. Back to throw, back looking for a receiver. Not time to throw, but he does get it off and has an open man over the middle. 1st down, Canes got it to Daniels over the middle with no time to throw. He nearly got wrecked on the edge. Perfect completion right there. I'll be looking at another 1st down for the Canes. I'm going to laugh so hard if Ohio State loses to Miami. Would be pretty ha-ha, I will say. Indiana fans are crazy now, though. Oh, yeah, Indiana fans have been loud, but rightfully so. They're the #1 team in the nation. 13-0, undefeated. What fan base wouldn't be loud in that position? Here on the Wildcat, it's Malachi Toney back at the quarterback position. He takes the snap, runs it, gets about 5 yards out of that. We'll be looking at a 2nd and 5. So punish us for losing the conference championship and winning 4 straight top 25 games, including Georgia over Miami team that has 1 impressive regular season win. Who said that? I agree that Bama should have been in. Because they were in from the start. I'm assuming you're not talking to me because I agree with y'all. 2nd and 6. Back to throw again. Beck looking for a receiver down the field. He's going to take off. Gets about 4 yards on that one, and now a 3rd and short coming up. Maybe 2 yards left to get the 1st down. Damian owns you. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Says, the Bum Devils can suck it this year. Signed, University of Arizona Wildcats. Love your videos. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, what a game that was. Holy hell. Duke came back from behind and won, and it was a really, really fun shootout. Good sign-off for Gary Danielson, despite the fact that ESPN literally didn't even let him, or CBS. I almost said ESPN. 3rd down and 3. It's going to be a handoff straight up the middle to Fletcher, who tries to man his way for the first, but won't get there. They're saying the ball might have slipped out, and it did. Ruled it a fumble. Oh, no. Miami fumbled the football short of the 1st down. It's now Ohio State football. Just when they thought you could have gotten a score in. That was your chance. I know your kicker ain't good, but that was your chance. Yep, the ball got pooped right out of his hands. Pierce with the fumble, and it is going to stay 0-0 with Ohio State getting another drive. Carson Pick strikes again. Well, he wasn't even... Yeah, I guess so. Being overly loyal to your team's conference on either side is just odd law. I'm an Ohio State fan, not a Big Ten fan. Tell it like it is. I'm right there with you on that one. I'm a Tennessee fan. I'm not a fan of the SEC. Now, here's the thing. Here's the reason why it makes a little bit more sense to root for the SEC in regards to that. Is because whenever a team from your conference wins the playoff game, so if Ohio State wins this game, they will get like $10 million directly because of the fact that they won the playoff game. That money then is split evenly amongst all the teams in the conference. So it would be technically it would be beneficial for even like Michigan to have Ohio State win because they get at least a little bit of that money. But it matters way more for some of the poor programs in the Power Four, like Rutgers or, like Maryland or somebody like that. For teams that are loaded like Michigan, it matters very little. Because, the AD wakes up in the morning out of bed and he makes more money than that just by farting, you know what I mean? Imagine if Gilbert comes back for another year. He shouldn't. If Heupel has any sense in the world, he shouldn't. He ain't got it. He just doesn't. Oh yeah, Notre Dame. I mean, that's the reason they're never going to join a conference is because whenever they win a playoff game, they don't have to share with anybody in the conference. They get all the money for themselves. Makes it all the more funny that even with all that money, they still couldn't win the 2 games that they needed to make the playoffs. Oh yeah, Cal and Stanford. Yeah, if they had any sense, they'd be rooting for the Canes right now. All right, well, here we go. Ohio State back on the field. 1st and 10 coming up for the Buckeyes from the 19-yard line. What do we got here? Let's see. 3 wide set on the formation. Back to pass, Sayin on a play action. Got a man open on the outside. Little hitch route to Jeremiah Smith. Good for a first down. Stopped around the 29-yard line. All right. I think it's a North versus South thing with some of the fans. You might be onto something there. You really might be. Whatever it is, it's a weird inferiority complex. Handoff straight up the middle right here on 1st down. Nothing given there. Tried to make some moves on the outside, and nothing given. Going to be a big loss for Bo Jackson, and the Canes are going to get him back around the, looks to be the 20? Maybe around the 25? Yeah. So within the 25-yard line range. Do. 2nd down here. Backed up a little bit more deeper in their territory. Here goes Bo Jackson again. Finds an open hole and is able to get a lot of yards back plus then some. Maybe 4 yards left on the 3rd down. Hey, Squid, thoughts on doing some basketball streams while you've seen Rocky Top? I'll probably end up doing some basketball streams. I'll be live for some of the tournament games. We'll probably end up being live for the national championship. But I won't be doing near as many. Especially since I won't be on a consistent schedule when it comes to basketball streams. So most of those will come during the tournament. 3rd down and 4, man moving in motion. All alone, Sayin back to pass. Throws on a one-on-one and incomplete. Well overthrown. No flags there. Good pass protection by the Canes, and it'll be 4th down for the Buckeyes. So if Miami wins the title, do we have to rename the ACC to Miami and Friends? for this upcoming year, probably. Because think about the difference between the like Miami in the rest of the ACC. It really tells you a lot. The second best team is probably 8-5 Duke, or what's now 8-6. All right, well, here's the punt. Trying to pin Miami back deep. Sails all the way to around the 17-yard line. Fair catch is made. And, all right, well, we'll get to see the Canes back on offense. I hate Ohio State and the Big Ten. They're soft. Well, I'll say this much. They're definitely not as soft as the SEC this season. This is one of those rare cases where they're actually right, because this was like last year. The Big Ten was better than the SEC last year. They're better this year, and it's not this time. It ain't even close. It just isn't. That's the reality of the situation. They're just a better conference right now. People are going to say, "Oh, the SEC has more playoff teams in." Well, look at where they are. Texas A&M's eliminated. Oklahoma's eliminated. I don't know what the rest are going to do, but one of Ole Miss or Georgia is going to be eliminated by the time those two teams play. The only two teams that have a chance of doing anything are Bama and then the winner of Georgia Ole Miss. Not to say that a team like Ohio State or Indiana or Oregon can't embarrass themselves in the playoffs, but throughout this entire bowl season, there's been a clear winner of bowl season, and with the exception of Lincoln Riley, it's been the Big Ten. I don't look at every individual statistical factor when it comes to these playoff games, because I see people looking a lot at all the statistics of, well, Indiana's blocked punts before, and Alabama had a lot of punts blocked. So you think there'll be one blocked punt. We thought that Miami versus A&M was going to be a game between two quarterbacks that were going to put up numbers, and neither of them did so. We've only been right about a couple of things in this playoff, and really the only one that we've been right about is that Oregon and Ole Miss are going to run away with those games over those G5 teams. An SEC team is guaranteed to make the semifinals. You are right about that. That is absolutely true. And hopefully it's Ole Miss. The beat boops are out again. Easy solution to fix this one. Let me get to work on that. What I have to do to fix this is I have to go into the Creator Studio and just ban the word in that specific font, and that always fixes it. The beat boops are definitely out. So let me find it. Do 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 do. Problem solved. Here's Beck back to throw. He's going to run away. He's got a lot of space in front of him, and Beck is able to get around 8 yards on that run. 2nd down and 2 coming up for the Canes. The Georgia Ole Miss game will be in chaos overtime. Oh, holy crap! If that game goes into overtime, that's gonna be some pure chaos. Imagine if it was played tonight. People want this game to go into overtime so that this game ends around midnight. Goes into the new year. 2nd down and 2. 3-man set, man moving in motion. Beck hands it straight up the middle. Almost broke the tackle to get it straight free right there, but Fletcher is able to get about 5 yards on that one. D. Genosis, thank you very much for the 2. Says Talent Fee Shitter Bowl. That feels like a lot of games, but we did lose the Shitter Bowl. We did lose the Talent Fee Shitter Bowl. Will you watch the 2026 FIFA World Cup? Probably not. Probably not. Miami's already got 30 rushing yards. Ohio, We've got more rushing yards than Ohio State right now. 1st and 10, handoff to Fletcher again. Breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle. He's free, gets the first down and a little bit more. He is continuing to run all over these fools. Gets down around the 44-yard line. I don't have faith in the new coach at Ole Miss against Kirby. I mean, strange things have happened before, so you can't really count the new head coach out. And besides, he's not a new head coach. I mean, it's Pete Golding. He's got experience. It'll prove that Lane Kiffin is nothing more than a hype man if he winds up winning. Here's Beck on a screen. Gets it off to Tony. He's able to get 5 yards out of that one. Stopped directly at the 50-yard line. And then he's shoved down again after the play's over. That should be a flag. That should absolutely be a flag. Hello? Hello? Ding dong. Ding dong. Where's the flag? Hello? Whistle was blown, and then an Ohio State guy shoved down Tony again. I don't know where the flag is on there, but that should absolutely be a free 15 yards for Miami. They won't give it to him, though. It's going to be 2nd and 5 directly at midfield. Handoff. Straight up the gut. Fletcher maybe gets 2 yards out of that one. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Canes doing a pretty good job establishing the run here. They're going to have to keep it up, though. 3rd down and 2 coming up. I wonder if they're going to let Beck throw. That's what I want to know. Are they ever going to let Carson Beck throw in one of these situations, or are they always just going to try and beat him up the middle or something? Because that appears to be what they're doing, is they're trying to beat him all the way through the run. Here we go. 3rd down and 2. Four wide set. Back to throw. Here is Beck. Over the middle. Got his man. 1st down, Canes. There you go. C.J. Daniels open again. Able to get it to him. And that'll keep the Canes drive moving forward. This goes without saying, but it's looking like the Canes are having quite a bit more success. I don't know if that will stick, but it looks to me like they're sort of outplaying the Buckeyes when it comes to both sides of the football. We'll see if it stands. 4 wide set. Here's a bubble screen on the outside. Able to break a tackle, get loose. Not quite all the way loose, though. Maybe enough for 5. It'll be stopped around the 35, though. 2nd down and 5 coming up. Here we go. 2nd down and 6. Boy, one thing that always counted Miami on is to chew the ever-living hell out of the clock. Because that is what they've done. We're already down to 2 minutes left in the 1st quarter. Here we go. 3 wide set. Man moving in motion. Moving back. Taking the snap directly. Throws on the outside. Got his man. 1st down, Canes. Past the 30-yard line. They are not having any sort of trouble getting momentum down the field. I'll say that for certain. There's Joshua Trader with his first reception. Overall, this offense looks like it's moving a lot more fluently than it did in College Station. Not to say that Texas A&M's defense is better than Ohio State's. I just think Miami came into this one well more prepared otherwise. Makes you wonder if it's best to get a first round game instead of a bye. Here's a handoff. Oh, good movement by the line. He's able to get a good run out of that one all the way. Maybe 9 yards on that. And it'll be 2nd down. That was Gerard Pringle with the run. The Pringles man with the run. And how much is this? Yeah, around 9 yards. Gets him to about the 20. So now the Canes in red zone territory for the 2nd time. Hopefully this one doesn't end in a fumble. 2nd down and 3, just shy of the red zone, actually. 3 wide set, bunch formation. Here's a handoff. Again to Pringle. mans his way for the first down, stopped around the 19, and it should be a first. We'll see where they spot this ball. Yeah, they're gonna give him the first. And they're gonna call it a quarter. So that's it. Donuts on both sides at the end of the first, but Miami deep in Ohio State territory. Buckeyes could be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see in due time. Super Nuclear, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, what's the Miami censored song you use in the college football playoff vid? If you just look up 7th Floor, anything to do with 7th Floor or 7th Floor Crew, yeah, you'll find it with simplicity. Since you're from Tennessee, have you heard of the Bell Witch Cafe in Adams, Tennessee? I've heard it's one of the most haunted places in America. I've heard of it, never been there. Never plan on it either. This is going to be another scenario like last year where the teams of bye weeks just get shit on. I would very much prefer that. I would very much prefer that. Because at this point, look, there's no Tennessee in the playoffs. Uh-oh, what happened here? Oh, crap. All of my lights fell down. That gun, all the adhesive on my lights just fell off. That's annoying. I'll have to fix that later. That's a bummer. How did that happen? I just looked down at my new toys on the daggone floor. It was on the bed. The adhesive was literally under the bed, and now it fell down. And I thought one of the cats might have been responsible for it, but thankfully the cats aren't in here. Otherwise, it would have chewed that up. Okay, I'll have to fix that in a minute. You know what? Let me go tell them about it. I'll be right back. Beep boop. Be right back in just a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know, my new toy. I mean, they're fine there, thankfully. The part that you guys can see is fine. But yeah, under here, I'm looking right down here, and yeah, they just completely fell off. So I'll have to put that back after the stream is over. Anyway, though, second quarter getting underway here. They're already interviewing Cristobal. I don't know about you guys, but they started doing this 2 years ago. I hate this. This pisses me off so much. Where they're interviewing the head coach while his team is on the field getting ready for the play. The interview should be set for halftime after they go into the locker room, not when both teams are on the field. So dumb. Here's a handoff. Fletcher breaking some tackles. Decent run right there. Gets about 5 yards out of it. 2nd down and 5 coming up. So 2nd down and 6. Bless me. And thank you to those of you who said bless you. Here we go. 2nd down and 6. Man moving in motion. Beck throws on the outside. Got an open man trying to break a tackle to get the rest of the way. And I think he will. I think that is good enough for the first. C.J. Daniels open again on a screen. He's able to get the rest of the way for the 1st down. It's going to be 1st and goal, Canes. Oh, never mind. They're going to call him short. Never mind. They spotted him short, well short. It's going to be 3rd down and 2. I thought for a second he had it. Here we go. So what do? They run the ball here? Bunch formation, everybody lined up all together. On a 3rd and 2. It's Beck. Outside throw completed to Fletcher, who gets it to the end zone. Touchdown, Miami. The Hurricanes are on top. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Well, this is a problem if you're Ohio State. Miami giving you a little bit more than you expected, I imagine. I was the most confident about this one, actually. I was the most confident in Ohio State getting the job done, but I guess I was wrong. Look at him. Perfectly executed trick play by Mario Cristobal there. Beck threw on the outside. Flex wide open, or Fletcher's wide open. And he's able to get the touchdown. So there you go. Extra points good. It's 7-0. Hurricanes on top of the Buckeyes. The U might be back, guys. I don't know about y'all, but the U is all that much closer to being back. I mean, they already are technically. They won a playoff game on the road, so that should earn them back status. But I don't know. I don't know if they go down and lose this game, then there's going to be a lot of narrative saying that they aren't back. Still, though, they're putting up a better fight right now than I expected. If you ain't only know that she was getting on the 7th floor. Still early, though. All the time in the world for Ohio State. The talent feed their way back into this game. Look, my team's not here. So there's 2 things I'm hoping for in these games. 1, Georgia doesn't show up. And 2, we get good games in all the others. Just look up 7th Floor. Literally, I think the song itself is just called 7th Floor Crew. I don't even think there's an official name for it. And if there is, it's probably something I can't say on YouTube. Pray y'all have a great New Year's Eve. I'm out. If he does live stream for Georgia Ole Miss, I'll be back to it. Well, I won't be live for that game. I will be live for Alabama, Indiana, though, which happens before that game. But thank you very much for tuning in, good sir. Thank you, thank you. Did Indiana break Ohio State? No, this is kind of what they get, though. Because out of all the team fan bases, I don't think there's a fan base that has a bigger SEC inferiority complex than Ohio State. Of all the fan bases that were chirping about the SEC these past 2 days, the main one I've seen has been Ohio State, and it's been everywhere. It has. I wasn't looking for Ohio State fans. Lil Bats, thank you for the 2. Says, "Go Canes, make the Bucknuts cry." They're doing just that right now. It ain't looking good, I'll tell you that much. If we ever make it to a stream where I get somehow 500 in super chats, I will put on that hot dog costume. You know, I wore the mustard costume over at the Music City Bowl, and for the 3rd time now, because this happened in all the other appearances that the mustard costume made. Somebody came up to me just like this family saying, "Hey, can we take a picture?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." And they don't know me. They don't know me by my channel. They just saw me wearing the mustard costume. It was like, "Oh, we gotta take a picture with that guy." I don't get it. I like it though. It's funny. It's hilarious. All right, well here we go. Bucknuts punch in the mouth early in this one. Well, as early as it can be where somebody scores over a quarter. But now down 7-0. How do they respond? We'll see. Here's the kickoff. Boom. Sails all the way out of the end zone. It'll be a touchback. Bucknuts to start their next drive from the 25. Ohio State is still going to cry about SEC bias after this one. my goodness. Yeah, you guys think it'll be the SEC's fault if they lose? I don't know. Good question. I do believe karma's a real thing, though. Divine retribution, whether it's in the form of being really quick or somewhere down the line, I do believe karma is a real thing. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Bucknuts. Man moving in motion. Line up in bunches. Takes the snap. It's going to be play action. Saying, looking downfield. And he had plenty of time to throw. He does throw deep. Got a man down there. Can he get him? Yes, he does. Caught! Who else but Jeremiah Smith? Doesn't get all the way, but he gets all the way to the 15-yard line. And suddenly Ohio State is in the red zone on the first play on this drive. Wow. Well, there you go. There you go. The neutralizer comes in through the clutch. Jeremiah Smith. This is why everybody's afraid of this man. He's just so daggum ridiculously fast. Well, 1st and 10, Ohio State directly at around the 15 or 16-yard line. Suddenly they have life again after a 59-yard reception by Smith. Takes the snap. Going to be another play action. Looking downfield. No time to throw, and he's down. Big sack all the way back around the 22-yard line. Would you be surprised who I told you this was by? I don't think you would. I don't think you'd be surprised at all if I told you that Ruben Bain got the sack. Of course you'll want it. Of course you'll want it. They've got their own neutralizer on defense, and it's in the form of him. But now, it's 2nd and 16 for the Buckeyes. They're going to have to find a way to respond after that one. 3 wide set. Now 4 wide, tight end in motion. Throws on a screen, which is intercepted! This one is a free lane all the way back home! They ripped the screen to perfection, and it is a 80-yard pick six! Oh, no! Julian Sayin picked off. Miami read the screen to perfection, and it goes all the way home. Miami takes a 2-score lead off of a pick six. Oh, no. Keontae Scott. Who else but him? The guy who sealed the deal last week for with the Miami A&M game. He sealed the deal in College Station 2 weeks ago. He comes in the clutch here once again, and Miami has taken a 13-0 lead over Ohio State. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Why'd y'all abandon the run, you idiots? Whatever happened to that? Oh, my goodness. Ohio State just flat out abandoned the run. No wonder they saw that coming. Y'all playing Michigan again? Wow. Jeremiah Smith giveth and he taketh. He was the guy in charge of blocking Keontae Scott. And he just flat out missed him by a mile. And, of course, he went right past Smith, got the pick, took it all the way back home for a pick six. Oh, no. Tank Conference is alive and alive again. It's a shame I don't have any Ohio State sound bites. The U is all that much closer to being back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, there's something I gotta see. I know he's live for this, so I just want to see how he reacted to that. Coach Coop, Miami man, trying to bring him on. Let's see what he does.
What we're feeling. Oh! Yo! Oh! A pick six for Scott!
He's very happy. He's very happy. Then again, though, I would be too. That was insane. What a read by Scott. Holy crap, dude. Keontae Scott. This game alone might get him pretty high in the NFL draft. Wait a minute. Holy shit, I totally forgot. Yeah, you're right. Red streaming this too. He's playing. I hear the clown theme.
Step in front of the ball. Miami saw the wide receivers bring the whole way. It's a pick six for the Hurricanes. What the fuck?
Oh.
You're absolutely right. They shouldn't have left to Tennessee.
Oh, poor Red. Poor Red. All right, well, this ball is being kicked off, sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback. They thought about returning it, but outright refused. Can't blame them. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for Ohio State. That really puts them in a rough position. And we talked about Miami getting blown out here. If this continues, Ohio State might get blown out. But why did they abandon the run? Here's Miami bringing a blitz. Play action, gets it off to Smith for a first down. He had no time to throw that, but he's able to get it to him. If the Canes have any sense, they're gonna lock down on Jeremiah Smith. They're gonna keep all their focus on him because that seems to be Ohio State's literal only weapon right now. Reuben Bain has been eviscerating this line, and they can't run the ball. So we'll see. 1st and 10, 4 wide set from the 38-yard line. Here's a handoff for Bo Jackson. He does manage to get a good run out of that one. Or that's not Bo Jackson. My bad. I actually give that one to C.J. Donaldson. McDonald's able to get a first down there and put Ohio State in a much better position than they otherwise would be. Think they're past the 40 now. Yeah, that got them all the way to midfield. So 1st and 10 directly at the 50-yard line. 2 wide set. Miami bringing a blitz again. Play action. Throws on a 1-on-1 situation. Well overthrown for Smith and incomplete. Put up another prayer shot to Jeremiah Smith. Couldn't get this one. That was well overthrown. It would be 2nd and 10. If you're going to throw up a prayer shot to Smith, at least, at the bare minimum, at least try and make it accurate. Then again, though, they kind of got away with the one right there. That should have been a face mask on Miami. I don't know how ref ball missed that one. Ohio State was crying about the SEC earlier. They might as well start crying about the ACC. 4 wide set, saying, looking deep, not able to get away from the pressure. 3 guys around him, now 4. Now he goes down well back past the 35-yard line. That's more than 15 yards lost. Guys, this Ohio State offensive line might have opted out early. Look at this. They bring another blitz. They can't do anything. Then again, though, neither can Julian Sayin. Julian Sayin can't either. He had Brendan Ennis wide open down there. One of the corners in charge of guarding him went after the quarterback. Had he seen him off the bat, he would have been able to find him real quick. Now the back of the 25, they're going to throw a quick screen. He's got a man who makes a couple of really good blocks, gets all the way back to the line of scrimmage. But not much more than that. Maybe a 13-yard gain for Donaldson on the screen. But it's going to be 4th down Buckeyes, and they're going to have to give this ball back to Miami. This is the problem when you've got guys like Jeremiah Smith. You wouldn't think to hear that there was a problem with having a talented guy like that, but there is. Julian Sayin has only been... You saw him down there. He had his eyes locked on Jeremiah Smith the entire way. Here's the punt. Sails all the way to around the 10-yard line. Fair catch is made, and Miami will start from the 11. But yeah, anyway, he had his eyes on Smith the entire time. Brandon Ennis was over here, wide open, literally wide open. He doesn't see him. And then runs around for 10 seconds before finally being thrown down. It's as I said before, Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain are just eviscerating this poor line. Playing like Tennessee? Yeah, they actually are. The line is, at least. This is like the offensive line I saw play Illinois. Just unmotivated, unprepared, just kind of going through the motions. But then again, it's less about that and more that Miami is bringing really well-designed blitzes. You got to give a lot of credit. You got to give a lot of credit to their defense. They're bringing some really well-designed blitzes. Yeah, somebody's going to try and take Corey Heatherman. I know that for a fact. Whether if it's for a head coaching job or for the defensive coordinator job, somebody is going to try and take Heatherman. I left for like 10 minutes and Ohio State is already done. Yeah, I did not expect for them to get belt to cheeks like this. Then again, though, there's all the time in the world, but... Yeah, no, we're not counting early. What's up, Lawn Tractor Life? Did Ohio State underestimate the M? Well, that's a misconception there, buddy. They're not the M. They're called the U. Now, you're used to calling them the M because, well, Ohio State's used to losing to teams with an M as their logo. Ay, ay, ay. Squid, does this mean my Aggies are less on Fraud Watch? Here's the problem with Texas A&M is that you guys don't have a marquee win that sets you apart from Fraud Watch. You need to have at least a really good win that sets you from that, and the problem with that is that you don't. Your best win's probably Missouri. Here's Miami from the start, running directly up the middle. Nothing given there. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Nothing given there on that run. Back to pass. Dump off to the outside. Get enough for a 1st down. It'll be past the 20-yard line. Caught around the 23. Another 1st down for the Canes. Yeah, they are, I'll say this, and I said this earlier before Miami even scored. They look way more fluent on offense than they did last week, or the week before against College State, or in College Station against A&M. They do. They absolutely, they look way better on offense than they did before. From the 22, down to 8 minutes left in the half. Going to be a handoff directly up the middle. Not much given there, but a good push by Fletcher to get at least 3 yards. 2nd and 7 coming up. All right, back to throw again. On the outside, caught. Not enough for a first down. Little dump off pass complete for about 3 yards to Marion, and it'll be 3rd down and 3. Yeah, but do we call the Notre Dame win a quality win? See, I love to troll people with that. I love to troll people with the whole Miami's best win or A&M's best win is not Notre Dame. I just completely forget about them, and it gets them every time. 3rd down and 3. Here's Beck on a design quarterback run. He scrambles for the first. The drive shall continue. Yeah, I know the whole Notre Dame fan is the Notre Dame thing is low quality rage bait, but it's rage bait all the same. Unironically, legitimately feel bad for Red. Yeah, he's having a hard time right now. Again, it's early. You know, if A&M can blow a 27-point lead to South Carolina can blow a 27-point lead to A&M, then anything's possible. You know what I mean? Now, they are reviewing this to see if he had gotten the first down, which looked to me like he did. Yeah, it looks to me like he got it. That is what they were reviewing, right? They're not like looking at like a potential targeting or anything, correct? No, there would have been a flag. So this is to see where he was on the field, and it looked to me like he did get it. They ruled it a first down, so there's got to be indisputable evidence to overturn it. You guys know how this works. A&M's best win is South Carolina. Yeah, if all of the teams in the first round lose, or like that got first round buys, like if Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech, if all 3 of them lose tomorrow, then you know it's gonna be concerning. The playoff committee is gonna have a lot of options. So they overturned the call, which okay. So did they rule it a 4? So it's 4th down, right? They ruled it a first down on the field, so now they overturned it. So now it's 4th and 1. Yeah, but it looked to me like he got it. I guess not. I guess he was short. I guess that's ref ball for you. No, Miami's being smart here. This is actually smart punting. You're this deep in your own territory. You might as well just punt it. Boom. Sails all the way back to around the 15. Got a really good roll out of that one. I think they're going to rule it back at the 9. Yeah, it looks like that one's all the way back at the 9-yard line. Wow, got a really good Miami roll out of that. Anyway, though, I think they played it safe. You know, you've been shutting down their offense all night long. They haven't gotten anything going besides the Jeremiah Smith catch, which now they know better. They know to lock down Jeremiah Smith because that's all Julian Saint's going to look after is Jeremiah Smith. That's all he's got that saying. He's got that Jeremiah Smith vision. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Where's Smith on the field, and he just stares at him the entire time. Besides, as long as Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor are out there, he's never going to have a clean pocket. He's just not. But yeah, no, if all the teams with first-round buys lose again, just like they did last year, that's probably going to set up the playoff committee to make some changes. And it's not just going to be in regards to the first round buys and how they work, but it's also going to be based on the G5 thing. they're probably going to make some changes to how that works, and my guess is that they're just going to omit conference championships. They're gonna just omit the conference champion bids altogether. That could definitely happen. If these games were rigged, if these games were in any way rigged, Indiana would not be where they are right now. Go back to 4. I was a fan of the idea of having 6. But here's the thing, and I discussed this yesterday too, with Lucas, because we were talking about it on the car ride there. The 12-team playoffs was created because a lot of the fans and a lot of the talking heads and insiders, pretty much everybody, was upset about the fact that a lot of these G5 teams and teams just short of making it were not given a chance to compete for a championship. Teams that were really, really good, like 2016 USC and Penn State, like 2018, was that the year Ohio State got left out? Yeah, 2018 Ohio State. Teams like that, plus all the G5 teams that were really good, won a bunch of games and then never got their chance either. They wanted to give the little guy a chance and they never got to do it. Well, this is the 12-team playoffs was created in a way to give the little guy a chance. Every time it's not their fault that every single one of them has been blowouts, because that's what they wanted. Here's a handoff straight up the middle for Ohio State on the first down. Nothing given there. Be second down and 10. Yeah, they didn't even give him a yard on that one. Under 5:30 left to go in the half. Play action, saying, looking deep downfield, thinking about throwing it. He is going to throw on the outside. Boom! Takes a monster hit. Tight end's able to get a catch. That was Kakmarek with the catch. And they will rule it a catch, but only for a yard. So it's going to be a 3rd down and 9 from the 10-yard line. They're saying that might have been a fumble. But no, he didn't even have a leg down. So here we go. 3rd and 9. Ohio State 0 for 3 on 3rd downs. Got to get all the way to the 19-yard line to convert this one. Miami might be bringing another blitz here. 4 wide set. Saying all alone in the backfield. Gets it off on the outside. Overthrown and incomplete. C.J. Donaldson was open on a screen, just missed him by a wide margin. Julian Sayin is looking worse than Carson Beck throwing the football. So now it's a 4th and 9, and Ohio State is deep in their own territory. Guys, the more this game looks like, the more I watch this, the more it looks like they might be getting ready to Clemson Ohio State. Remember back in 2016, they might actually Deshaun Watson this team. That wasn't even a joke, by the way. That was literally what Deshaun Watson did to him when he played Ohio State. This is a good punt, though. Return from the 40, and won't get much leg room after that one. Maybe a yard, if that. So starting from a 42-yard line is where the Canes will begin their next drive. Yeah, you'd think that what they're trying to do, and this is in part to the fact that Julian Sayin doesn't have it. Ohio State's got the idea. They're throwing screens. They're trying to prevent Miami from doing these blitzes because Donaldson was open. Donaldson was open on that play. But Sayin is so flustered. The Super Saiyan is so flustered that he is just missing the easiest of throws. And it's a recipe for disaster because the Canes could run away with this one if that keeps happening. 1st and 10, man moving in motion. Going to be back to throw on a play action. All day to throw. He gets it off on the and it's incomplete. No, it is complete. Wow. He caught that. From my angle, it looked like it was incomplete, but I guess he caught it. The line gave him just enough protection right there for Keelan Marion to get the catch. The U might actually be back, guys. I don't know. Handoff. Up the gut. Fletcher gets maybe 4 yards. Maybe 5. Good Lord, man. I'm watching these rushing yard totals. Miami's got 71 rushing yards. Ohio State has a total of -7. Everyone watching this video right now, everyone watching this channel has more yards than Ohio State in this game. Bubble screen on the outside to Marion. He gets 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 3 for the Canes. Deep in enemy territory here. I don't think they have, let's see, they're at the 40, so if they don't get this, they're not going to be able to kick the field goal. They could try, but it would be an extremely long one. Bunch formation on 3rd down here. 3 yards left to go to convert. Fletcher moving in motion there with Beck in the backfield. And a timeout is called. I think this one is on Ohio State. No, it's Miami. Miami calls their first timeout on the 3rd down. We'll see where they go from there. Yeah, that's a question. If Ohio State loses, do we get to take away the "the" from them? Do we get to give it to Miami? The Miami Hurricanes? Ooh, here's a good one. Maybe if Miami somehow wins the title, they can try and copyright the U. Not even just just the literal letter. So like every time somebody sings the alphabet, like in kindergarten or something, you have to sing the alphabet, and then the moment you get to U, you just get sued. So stupid. Oh, my goodness. 3rd down and 3 for the Canes here. From the 37-yard line. Tight end in motion. Here's a handoff to Fletcher up the middle. Nothing given there. I don't think he's going anywhere close. And he isn't. Maybe he gets a yard on that. It'll be 4th down and 2. I don't think I want to trust their kicker here. Remember what he looked like against A&M. I think they should go for it, and that's what they're going to do. This was always a 4-down drive. This was always a 4-down play, a 4-down set for the Hurricanes. So here we go. They're 12-19 on 4 downs this season. This is a 4th and 2. 4 wide set in the bunch formation. Expect Ohio State to bring the blitz after Carson Beck. Takes the snap. Beck back to throwing a direct snap. Looking over on the outside. He's got his man. 1st down. Gets to the 30-yard line. The Canes will continue their drive. Malachi Toney open on the outside. That was a really smart idea to have both of your running backs in there. They had Daniels on the outside and then Toney in the backfield as well. Beck was able to find Toney there open. And Ohio State's just having a really hard time right now. Miami has drawn up a really good game from start to finish so far. That'll take it to the 2-minute warning, though. And after the conversion, the Canes will have a fresh set of downs going into their the rest of their drive. Yeah, how much did Miami pay for their roster? Does anybody know? Is it lesser than Ohio State's? That's a rhetorical question, by the way. I know they paid a lot for Carson Beck, but besides him, did they pay $20 million? They'll call him Timmy from South Park or Sid the Sloth, but he's having himself a hell of a day so far. He's got 100 yards passing, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. I thought Caleb Downs would make much more of an impact, but you can't cover everybody. That's the difference between Caleb Downs and Ruben Bain. Is that Ruben Bain is right there in Julian Saint's face the entire time. He's making an impact on every play. You can't do that if you're a corner. You can if you're a linebacker or especially a D lineman, but you can if you can't if you are a corner. And the worst part about it isn't a one-man set like it was James Pierce Jr. with Tennessee. No, this D line that the Canes have got is just an absolute monster. If he ain't gonna get to you, then Messidor will. And they don't even have to blitz to do it, but they do. They have designed some really good blitzes throughout the entirety of this game. Carson looking a little Mahomey Beck. He is looking a little Mahomey right now. Carson Pick not throwing picks. Now hold on a second. Don't speak too soon. This is only the first half of this ball game, you know what I mean? But Ohio State's in a really bad position. I feel like that goes without saying, but I saw this against Illinois last night. They run a similar style of offense in the sense that the more first downs that they get, you're gonna lose about 3 to 4 minutes of clock on every single one because they chew the ever-living hell out of that clock. There was a stark difference between Tennessee and Illinois last night. Is that they love to chew the clock and Tennessee loved to go fast and score as quick as possible. Stark difference, and it wound up biting us in the booty cheeks, along with many other things, but that's beside the point. Of course, the big neutralizer here has been Keontae Scott, who once again made a clutch play. You know, he had 2 interceptions, the only 2 interceptions in that ball game against A&M. He's just all over the place in this one. Throughout just this playoff run alone. Here we go. The Canes starting fresh from the 30-yard line. 2 minutes left to go. Beck on a direct snap. Looking for a receiver. Not a lot of time to throw. Tries to run out of the pocket and won't get anywhere. The line crumbles and he's down with the sack. Loss of about 4 to be 2nd and 14. Houston's able to get there and make the big sack. And now Ohio State will burn their first time out. Squid if Miami wins, does this make Duke have an upscale for next year? Ooh, that's a good question. I think the entirety of the ACC will be, because remember, when's the last time you seen an ACC team win a playoff game? You'd have to go back to when is the last time the ACC won a playoff game? Was it 22? 2020. I think it was 2019. 2019 was the last time the AC before Miami beat A&M. The last time a team from the ACC won a playoff game was 2019. So you bet your booty cheeks they're happy about the money they're getting thanks to the Canes' efforts. We'll see if they can continue it. Here's 2nd and 14, pinned back all the way at the 35-yard line. Moving in motion. Holy crap. That one goes nowhere. Ohio State brought the blitz. And the toss that they try to do just goes miserably. Sonny Styles throws that man down. Nothing given on that one. Marion shut down all the way back at the 41-yard line. And suddenly now, they're not only are they pinned back, but they're out of field goal range. So they'll either have no choice but to go for the very long field goal or just a punt. Do you think Tennessee will fix things next year or no? I don't. And it's nothing to do with what's going on with the defense. Because I think Jim Knowles can do some really special things with that defense if he's given the time. The problem is he won't get it. he won't get the time because if Heupel has a bad year like I think he will, the Tennessee fan base is going to be too fed up to keep up with it. If he loses the passion of this fan base, the administration will give up on him pretty quick too, and he'll be forced to be. They'll all be forced to get out. All right, well here we go. 3rd and 20. Way back to throw. He's going to take a prayer shot on a one-on-one man coverage, overthrown and incomplete. Nothing given there to be 4th down and 20. Ohio State already burned their second timeout. They've got 1 timeout left in their pocket and 1:44 left. So now it's up to Cristobal to figure out what to do here on 4th down and 20. You can either kick the very long field goal or you can punt it. And it looks like they're going to send the punting unit out. They're going to see if they can sort of get Ohio State deep in their own territory here. Here we go. Here is the punt. A little late on the punt, but he does get it off. Sails all the way to the 2. Where it is caught and then thrown back. Wow. Perfectly executed special teams right there. Ohio State is going to have to start this drive from the 1. Oh, no. They can't catch a break, you guys. They just cannot catch a break. So now with 1:36 and 1 timeout left in your pocket, you have got to go 99 yards down the field. And if you want a field goal, you've still got to go at least 70. And Jason Fielding is your kicker. Oh boy, this is bad. Here we go. 1st and 20. Handoff. Up the middle. Good, decent little run right there. Gets to about the 5, maybe the 6. 2nd down, rolling up. In Ohio State standards, that was a decent run. Interestingly enough, the Canes are going to go ahead and burn their second timeout. But then again, you know, you've got Ohio State deep in their own territory here. Why not use a timeout, see if you can get this ball back? Yeah, they just showed the last time. They didn't show any replays of it, but they showed where the last time Ohio State got shut out in the playoffs was, and it was against Clemson. That 31-0 blowout they took back in 2016. That's what I was referencing by getting Deshaun Watson. Yeah, for those of you saying Ohio State's getting belt to ass, I mean, they are. They're getting belt to ass. Does not mean it's going to finish with that. Ohio State is absolutely one team that's found ways to win when they shouldn't, so we'll see. They're not like Georgia, but they have found ways to do it. 3rd down and 6, Sand back to throw up from his own end zone. Rolls out of the pocket, throws the screen on the outside, got some protection, pushes his way for the 1st down, and the drive shall continue. C.J. Donaldson with a good run right there. I think they call him short? No, okay, they ruled it a first. Takes Miami's game plan out of sight. Now Ohio State's just going to burn the rest of this clock. If nothing else, if they're not going to get any points on this drive, they can at least prevent the Canes from getting some themselves. 1st and 10. From the 12-yard line, 3 wide set. Going to be a handoff. No, play action. Got a man open over the middle. Carnell Tate is slammed down after he gets 15 yards on the play. With no timeout, with only 1 timeout left to spare, I just say get everybody up on the line and get them going quick. Because the more time you spend dilly-daddling around, the less time you're going to have to get anything going. Throw on the outside. It's a screen. Breaks a tackle. I think he gets about 8 yards on that one. 2nd down coming up. Donaldson getting some work in for the Buckeyes. They're driving down the field. got a drive going for him so far, but again, here's the issue. You've still got a lot of yardage. You've got to get, if you want Jason Fielding to hit this without a doubt in your mind, you've got to get down to at least the 20. 4 wide set on a 2nd and 2. Man moving in motion, moving back. If I'm Miami, watch Jeremiah Smith. Here's a play action. Throw on the outside. Got it. First down. Brandon Ennis gets all the way to the 46-yard line. Still got a minute left. Now Ohio State is in a much more favorable spot. 4 wide set for the Buckeyes. Back to throw. Sayin looks. Outside throw. Caught. Ball sails out. They're going to blow it dead. It's an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 rolling up. A lot of boos. They're saying that might have been a fumble. He catches it. Nope. Doesn't even have the time to register. Oh, they're saying it's unnecessary roughness because he hit the ball out and then threw him on the ground afterwards. Kane's lucky to get away with that one. Second and 10, play clock almost to 0. Takes the snap. Back to throw, Sayin gets it off, complete to Donaldson again. Good for 7 yards. Not quite enough for a first, but it gets him past midfield to the 47. Again, they're going to need at least 2 more first downs to comfortably hit a field goal, but they've still got to get. They're calling field goal range around the 31-yard line, so yeah, you've got to get about 2 more first downs. Back to throw again, Sayin rolls out of the pocket, tries to throw late and complete. First down, good eyes by Sayin there. Finally finds somebody open more than Jeremiah Smith. Ennis gets all the way to around the 39-yard line. About 10 more yards to go. They convert this one. They'll have a much more comfortable field goal. Whistles are blown before the ball can be snapped. 21 seconds left. Miami will use their final timeout with 21 left to go. Gives them enough time to regroup and figure out something because right now they're kind of just punching their way down the field effortlessly. My game's delayed, so it's like Squid can tell the future. Yeah, in the stupidest way possible. I'm no commentator. Oh, this has been Ohio State's best drive by far. And, I mean, the only other drive that they had where they got offensive momentum was where Julian Sayin caught that 50-yard pass, and then it was followed up like right afterwards with the pick 6. Here we go. 1st and 10. 22 seconds left to go. They are at the 39-yard line. 4 wide set for Ohio State. Julian Sayin, 6 of 7 for 55 yards. Back to throw again. Sayin looking downfield. Not a lot of time to throw. Does get it off. Caught for not quite a first down. He does get it off to Tate, though, who stopped around the 32-yard line. Just shy of field goal range. Ryan Day is going to burn his final timeout with 15 seconds left to go. Well, you're going to have to send Fielding out there at some point. Do you do it now or do you do it on the next play? Because now you're out of timeouts. If you get sacked or if you run out of the pocket and don't get the first down, you're going to have maybe 10 seconds to get your field goal unit out there. So at this point, I would say just take the points and then call it a half. Because all you'd be fighting for at this point is extra yards to work with, and it's risking another turnover, another pick 6, something really, really goofy that's already put you in a bad position. You don't want to get on the 7th floor. Fake field goal percentage is low, but never 0. If anything else, They would do it with Julian Sayin, but they are going to stay on the field on offense. 2nd and 2, back to throw. Sayin looks, still looking, nearly sacked, does get it off, just throws it away. Again, nearly avoided disaster right there. If Reuben Bain, or I think it wasn't, I don't think it was Reuben Bain. It was Reuben Bain. Yeah. Reuben Bain broke off of his lineman, nearly got to Sayin. He's able to just barely escape. If he had gotten sacked right there, that would have been the end of the half, and Ohio State wouldn't have gotten any points. That was a stupid decision right there by Ryan Day. I don't know if he decided that or somebody else did, but that was stupid. That was stupid by Ryan Day. Just take the points. Here they come right back out on offense. No timeouts left in their pockets. 4 wide set, 10 seconds left. Sayin back to pass. Looking, throws it out early, gets it out incomplete. Threw it out of bounds, and it'll be 4th down and 2. I guess the whole point was to just take out as much clock as possible, but it's not like the Canes have much of anything to work with either. That was stupid. That could have been really bad for the Buckeyes, but here we go. Jason Fielding hit a career long of 49 yards. This one a little bit to the right. Pretty long field goal, 49-yard attempt. This would be a career long for Fielding. The kick is up. Far left. No good. Jason Fielding! He got you again. So let's see. We call Max Gilbert Guangdong Gilbert. What do we call Jason Fielding? I don't know. I don't know. You could, I mean, it was pretty straight. All he had to do was kick it straight, and that was probably going in, but it went far left, and Ohio State is going to have a big fat donut to end the half. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Canes will take a knee, and that's your half. It's been all Miami. The U up on Ohio State 14-0 to end the first half of the Cotton Bowl. Far different than what everybody else expected, I'll say that much. Mario Cristobal masterclass, honestly. This is his best. This is one of his best coach games of the season. Yeah, that was ay. Oh my goodness! I would say I'm surprised he missed that, but I'm really not. You were asking him to hit a career-long field goal in the playoffs with all the pressure on him. It was never going to come to be. It was never going to happen. That's just the reality of the situation. Josh Elander, 2024 champs. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, Ryan Day to Tennessee if Heupel is fired in 26. I'm not going to think too hard about potential coaches that we could get. But if I had to pick from a list of guys that I would want, I guess he'd be pretty far up there. He's still a good coach. Ain't coaching like it this time. That last set of downs is incredibly goofy. Ay. But yeah, that's your half. Buckeyes in all kinds of trouble, defending national champions. Just a couple of minutes away from potentially losing their spot in the national championship, potentially losing their title. So we'll keep an eye on that as it progresses. All right. Let's catch you up on your halftime stats, shall we? Here's what we've got. And this really tells you a lot about how this game is going. So Carson Beck, 98 total yards. Well, actually, he has 108 total yards. 98 passing yards, 10 rushing. The team in total for the Canes has 67 rushing yards. Mark Fletcher, he hasn't been doing as much as he was against A&M, but he's still doing some work. Meanwhile, Ohio State, Julian the Super Saiyan had a decent drive to end out that half, but he just couldn't get it going to fruition. And then, of course, he had the pick six that's put them in this really tough position from the start. Here's the kicker. -3 rushing yards. That's how many rushing yards Ohio State has right now. Like I said, everyone currently watching this right now has more rushing yards than Ohio State. Ay. Absolutely terrible. This is incredibly miserable for Ohio State, man. Oh, terrible. They're down horrendous right now. All that talk. Oh my goodness. They have been ragging on. Think about how much this fan base has been ragging on the SEC. The SEC terrible. The SEC ain't no good. The different league, all that. They are about to lose to Tank Conference. Oh boy. Ay. Does this mean Ohio State is a Duke victim? A lot of teams are a Duke victim, though. Now do you see how grateful you are for Max Gilbert? No, I don't. Brother, let me tell you something. Jason Fielding could at least hit... He'd be able to hit that from 30. Jason Fielding would have been able to hit that from... He would have been able to hit that from 30. You guys were asking him to kick that field goal. It was a career-long field goal in the biggest game of his career. Potentially. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. Max Gilbert could have been kicking that from like 25 and he still would have missed it. Even if it was like directly in front of him, he still would have... It would have... The ball would have gone to Uzbekistan or whatever. ...2020 LSU season was the worst for a reigning national champion? Oh, absolutely. Not even a question about that. In terms of recent programs that have fallen off after winning a title, LSU is by far that team. Because think about all the other... You go back the last 10 years. Clemson's fallen off quite a bit. I'll say that much. They have fallen off a significant margin, but they've still got Dabo Swinney. If he can get his head out of his own sphincter and realize that his way of coaching is wrong, they can build back better and stronger. Look at Ohio State. They may be getting belt to ass by Reuben Bain and the Hurricanes right now, but they're in it. The mouth speaks for itself. Alabama speaks for itself. They may not have the glory of the Saban days, but they're still in the playoffs. LSU, though, been through now 2 different coaches. It's just getting bad. Could Tennessee beat them? Oh my God. Tennessee couldn't beat Ohio State if it was just Jeremiah Smith on the field. If it was just him and there wasn't even any quarterback that he got where he got the football from, he still would have beat Tennessee's defense. Come on. What are we doing here? Ay. Yeah, I said this before, and I'll say it again. If the first round bye teams all lose again in the quarterfinals, just like they did last year, then what we're looking at is probably they're going to rehash how the playoff system works. I don't know what they're going to do, whether or not the first round bye teams are going to get the home playoff games. I don't know how that's going to work, but what I do know is that we're going to see yet another change for the future. And I don't even think it's something that probably won't even be implemented in the 26th season. We're going to get into the 26 playoffs, and it's probably going to be exactly like this one. At this point, they're probably not going to change it. They may. They waited until, February to change it last year. So, who knows? Yeah, we did contribute more to the playoffs, unlike Notre Dame. That's something that you can give us credit for. But I dare not say their name because then it's rent-free. By the way, official announcement from Michigan. Biff Poggi will not return as or for any reason to Michigan. Not as head coach, not as anything else. He will not be back at Michigan in 26. Even UCF called the 2017 Natty fake. It's fine. It's starting to find footing after a rough start in the Big 12. I trust Scott Frost a lot more than whatever the hell the Gus Bus was doing. Yeah, UCF is not a necessarily bad position. I still need to see a little bit more from him because it was like an up and down type of tenure thing for this year for Scott Frost. Had a couple of pretty good wins and then just sort of laid some diarrhea somewhere in between. So if he can get more consistent, then I think he'll have a pretty good second tenure. But he's got a ways to go. He's nowhere near what Houston is yet. Pending that could change, then he'd be in a pretty good spot. I got a bad feeling it's going to be a long session with a lot of clips, potentially so. You know what? I doubt he's going to pick up, but he did this to me last stream, so. Ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring. I don't think he'll pick up, guys. Oh!
What I did to you a couple weeks ago.
Oh, buddy. How you hanging? How you hanging?
I'm about a 10-second pull of Canadian Club whiskey and almost 2 pints of PBR in, and it is not helping.
Yeah, you guys are kind of getting Deshaun Watson right now. What's going on?
Dude, nothing is working on offense. Nothing is working on defense. Miami is just straight up outplaying us right now in every facet of the game. It is just an absolute shit show. An absolute shit show. This is like one of the worst performances an Ohio State team has done in years. I'm not just talking about this season, years. Because at least in other games where we've lost, at least the offense scored points in the first half. This is the first time I think we're getting shut out since 2016. In a college football playoff game when we played Clemson and got blown out 31-0.
Yep.
Like, this is ridiculous. This is where you gave me shit the other week on the FBS report about how I was having a crash out over nothing. Yeah, I think I'm pretty fucking justified now about this crash out, don't you think?
Now no. Granted, now it's a little more justified. Yes.
Yeah, no shit. Because, like, how in the flying fuck does a team with 2 star players, 3 if you want to count Fletcher after his heroic performance against Texas A&M, how do you do this shit against Ohio State, who supposedly had the best defense in college football coming into this game? Like, what the fuck? Did the secret get out when we played Indiana or some shit? I don't know at this point. I got my girlfriends over here sending me pity text messages and laughing because of Ohio State's fuckery right now. Like, is Indiana really about to be the only Big Ten representative in the semifinals?
Yes, yeah, this is what y'all get for ragging on the SEC all week long.
Oh, don't give me that. Don't
the truth.
give me that. Come on. Come on.
I caught you laughing at it. I caught you laughing at me yesterday.
Man, look, I'll give you guys credit. You played a better game against Illinois than I have against Miami so far.
Yeah,
I'll
see.
say that.
You've got a whole nother half to get things under control, but yeah, no, it's not looking good because yeah, like I said, right now, Ruben Bate has been doing to you guys what Deshaun Watson was. I mean, you're getting just brutalized everywhere.
Yeah, and I don't know what the deal is with our defense right now. I genuinely don't know. The defense is healthy. We have all of our best players, and it's just pathetic what I'm seeing on this field right now. Absolutely fucking pathetic.
Oh,
they need to get their shit together right now. They need to come out of the second half and whip ass and take names, or I'm gonna unload a can of whoop ass verbally that I have never unloaded on these fuckers.
Oh, can we get a general analysis on Jada Fielding, by the way?
Cut his ass now. Put him in street clothes and send him ass. Call him an Uber and send his ass home. Straight to the airport. Get him the fuck out of Dallas. I don't want to see his ass on the field anymore. Forget it. I don't care if it was 49 yards out. You got to be kicking them. You got to be making those fucking field goals in games like this. I don't give a fuck. You got this with the Big Ten championship miss. Yeah, I'm done with his ass. Cut him. Send his ass home. Take away his scholarship. All of that.
Aye. I mean, you guys were asking him to kick a career long, but yeah, no, it ain't good. It
I
ain't
would have
good.
been less pissed if he just didn't have the leg. He had the leg. He just straight up fucked it.
Yeah, no. It ain't good. It ain't a good situation. By the way, I want to let you know, everybody watching both of our chats right now, including us two, have more rushing yards than Ohio State.
Okay,
That ain't
thanks,
good.
Squid. Appreciate that fun fact. I really appreciate that little stat. Take those negative rushing yards and shove up your ass, buddy.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just informing you of what you need to do to get back in this one.
We haven't been able to run the ball since we played Michigan because we couldn't run the ball against Indiana either. We really couldn't run the ball against Indiana. We got the ball running against Michigan, but at this point, after what they did against Texas, that's not really much of a compliment now, is it?
Yeah. Well, it all starts with your line. Your offensive line is just getting eviscerated. They look like they don't want to be there.
They've looked like they didn't want to be there since Indianapolis. Again, like Julian Sand got sacked how many times in Indianapolis against Indiana? It's the same shit. Literally, it's the same shit where he's just getting brutalized in the backfield. He doesn't have enough time to throw the ball or make plays. Jeremiah Smith got one really good-looking pass deep downfield that was like vintage Buckeyes. And then we throw a pick six on a wide receiver screen, of all the fucking things, where the corner literally stared into Julian Sayan's soul when he threw that ball. His eyes never left Sayan once, and he picked it off. He knew it was coming from a mile away.
Well, you're going to hate me for this, but that wasn't even on him. That was on Jeremiah Smith. He was the guy in charge of blocking Keontae Scott, and he just flat out missed. He was like, oh, there he goes. Bye.
Honestly,
bye.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
But still, like,
that was awful.
Lord, that was just, man. I mean, great play by Miami in that. Like, you never see that play happen because normally the ball is out of the quarterback's hands in like 1 second and into the wide receivers in the next. But, I just, fuck.
Yeah. Well, hey, you got a whole nother half to get under control. You never know. I've seen crazier things happen. I've seen the Georgia Bulldogs pull the most Mickey Mouse things out. So who knows, you might inherit some of that in this second half and then get it under control. But, I mean, we'll see. For you, buddy, I feel bad if this result holds. You'll at least suffer with me because we can both stick around in that. For all the Bucknut Dingleberries on Twitter that have been yapping about the SEC and all of us for the better part of 24 hours, you can have some of these. But you'll get it under control, buddy. You get it under control. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe, perchance.
For the love of God, I hope you're right, if nothing else for my liver's sake. I got like 4 more pints of PBR in the fridge waiting with my name on it, so.
Chill. It's still a great season. Right. It's not like Ryan Day is about to leave, right? Even though you probably like that. Or Ryan Day should be fired.
Can Ryan Day just not call the plays right now? Can we just have somebody else call the plays? I've never said this before in my life, but can we have Chip Kelly back? Like, good God, I'm not desperate at this point. Can we
Hey,
have
I heard Brian Hartline was open for a job.
Yeah, he went to South Florida. He's there tonight, though. Like, he's at the game, but he's not calling the fucking plays.
Yeah.
Give him the play sheet.
Yeah. All right. Well, best of luck to you, buddy. You'll figure it out. I believe in you. You'll figure it out. All right. Take care, Red.
All right. Bye, Squid.
Bye-bye. They're not going to figure it out. It's not looking good for Ohio State. I want to give my buddy motivation to make it through the rest of the stream, but this is going to be a hard one for him. The way it's looking, the Canes are about to run away with this thing. Because Ohio State, it's not even just that some of their stuff hasn't worked. It's that they cannot run the ball. Their offensive line is just getting massacred. Their entire system is extremely predictable. And the stuff that they have tried, most often not, has failed miserably. They've locked down Jeremiah Smith except for one play. And Julian Sayin is just running for his life the entire game. And now they don't even have a field goal kicker that can kick for more than 30 yards out. It's not good. Ohio State absolutely is getting taken to the 7th floor. You're absolutely right about that, Razor Sniping. Yeah, the difference will be if Carson Beck starts getting stupid and throwing interceptions. But then again, this is a team, Miami is a team that dominates directly on the, they are a team that dominates in the trenches. They run the ball down your throat and then execute it that way. There are exceptions to the rule, like the Notre Dame game, where Carson Beck had a really good day. But more often than not, this is a team that heavily relies on the run game. And they've done a pretty good job executing that. Well better than anything Ohio State's tried, because they cannot run the ball at all. Yeah, and at this point, if the U does win and the Mouse is the only team that actually wins with a bye, then I'll have no choice but to actually root for these guys. I'll actually have to root for the U. They deserve it after all the crap I put them through in the offseason. They deserve me to root for them one time. Mario finally beat Bowser. Well, let's not call... Again, stupid things happen. I've seen some crazy things happen in this sport. Ohio State absolutely could come back. But they haven't been in this position. Even in the Indiana game, it was a close brawl all the way until the end. Right now, they're literally just getting belt to cheeks. It's not looking good. What I'm seeing right now from Miami is a better, a stronger, and much more prepared team than what I saw 2 weeks ago in College Station. It's why it's so good now to have that first round game. Is that you have to win that game and then go into the next one. You know it works. You know what doesn't against mostly elite competition. Unless you're Oregon and Ole Miss, you're gonna have a little more. You're gonna have a little bit more work to do. But for Miami and for Alabama, both of those teams who had, really, well, Oklahoma I would call decent competition, who played against good competition on the road and came out a winner, they know what works and what doesn't. So I'm interested to see what Bama's got going on against Mendoza. We'll find out tomorrow. I'll be live for that game, so you guys stay tuned for that. But yeah, right now, it's not looking good for the Buckeyes. The odds are heavily against them. Because they're going to have to either find a way to open up this run game or somehow pray that Julian Sayin finds somebody open that isn't named Jeremiah Smith. But they had a pretty good thing going there on that final drive. Several times, Brandon Innes and Carnell Tate were open on that drive. So maybe he'll find something going. Maybe they'll just dominate through the passing game, but we'll see. We'll see. It would be very unlike the Buckeyes because throughout most of their games, They've been so used to just running it down everybody's throat and then letting the defense talent feed their way to the dub. They're finally against some real competition, and that ain't happening this time. You aren't able to play Snowflake Diarrhea University and then score half 100 on them just through running the football. Anyway, the second half's getting ready to get started, so we're going to find out real quick what they've got in mind. What screws the first round buys to the extended wait after the first round games they need to be played in consecutive weeks? Yeah, I don't know why there's such a big break in between, especially since the semifinals are played a week after. So I don't know why there's such a big break in between. How it should have been was last week should have been the first round games. And then the quarterfinals, and the semifinals, and the Natty. I mean, even the Natty, isn't there it's not exactly 2 weeks, but it's played on a Monday, so it's a little bit different. But yeah. Anyway, here we go. Second half underway. Miami to kick off against Ohio State. The ball sails all the way out, and you're going to try and return this one. At the 5, the 10, still running. Gets to the 15, and then takes about 12 tackles. Goes down around the 16, where Peoples is taken down. 1st and 10 for Ohio State around the 17. Yeah, I'd rather not have the apocalypse happen, that being in the form of frickin' Alabama and Georgia in the national championship. It's exactly what a fan like me would deserve, according to the football gods, who just despise me. The football gods do not like me. They just don't. That's been known. Here we go. 1st and 10 for Ohio State. Give him an extra yard there. They're at the 18. Here's a handoff. Decent run by Bo Jackson right there. Gets 6 yards. And we'll be looking at about 2nd and 4. That's probably their best run all game long. Ohio State should go up tempo, try to gas out the Miami defensive line. Looks like they're sticking to it. 2nd down and 3. 3 men. 3 men on the outside here. Miami might be bringing a blitz. They'll stick to it. Here's another run. Part of the Red Sea and gets the 1st down. Bo Jackson gets to the 30 on that run. If Ohio State's able to score a touchdown here, this is a completely different ball game we're looking at. But that's if. That's if they're able to do it. And I guess we'll find out in due time. What's funny is that Ohio State has more total yards of offense. They've got more yards of offense than Miami does, yet they're down by 14 and have yet to score a single point. Here's a handoff. No, play action. Looking down the field, Sayin takes the throw on the outside. Gets the catch. Brandon Ennis gets 4 or 5 yards. Or maybe, yeah, no, I think he got 6. Second down, another 2nd down and 4 coming up. They've been having some big success on the drag routes. If they can just keep this methodical drive going and then not completely collapse once they get down to the red zone, they could turn this into a completely different ball game. Here we go. Bunch formation, 3-man set. Tight end in motion, takes the snap. Going to be a handoff straight up the middle. Miami can't get to him. He's got a lot of yardage. Still moving. Breaks a tackle. And then down finally at the 45-yard line. Bo Jackson with what should be Ohio State's most successful run. And now they're in Miami territory. The Nuts seem to have tuned up a little bit here. And they've got more potential now to score. Again, though, you can't take the field goal unless you're at the 20. Said that earlier, going to say it again. I would not trust your kicker anywhere outside of that. Man moving in motion. Another play action, Sayin. Rolling. Still trying to run away from the pressure. Cannot get away. And down he goes. Big time sack thrown down at the 50. Nothing given there. Marquise Lightfoot was pushing him the entire way. Literally, he was just chasing him. It was literally like one of those cat and mouse chases. The line couldn't guard him, and he's able to get to saying. Ryan development day. Oh no. Not development. Here we are now, 2nd and 14. Back at the 49-yard line. Here's Sayin again on a direct snap. Throws, takes a deep shot. Got his man for a first down. Deep in Miami territory. Who else but Jeremiah Smith? Gets all the way to the 25-yard line. Miami got caught in soft zone, and Jeremiah Smith makes them pay for it. This is unironically probably Ohio State's best drive throughout the entire game. If they can finish, this will be a completely different ball game, like I said. But they've got to at least do that. They're at the 26 now, actually. Bunch formation, 2-man set. Now 3, takes the snap, hands it off, straight up the middle. Gives him about 3 yards on the run to Donaldson. And we'll be looking at a 2nd and 7. I think they'll give him 4 on that. Yeah, they will. Taking a breather here, Ohio State suddenly stopped with a no huddle. Break the huddle, here they come out. Looks like a 4-man set. No, more of like the bunch formation. Now they're going to stick out in a spread. 3 men on the outside along with Sayin. Sayin takes the snap. It's a screen on the outside. Miami read it, but they weren't able to get the play there. He's still running down inside the 10. Carnell Tate taken out at the 8. Perfectly designed bubble screen. And it is 1st and goal, Ohio State at the 8-yard line. First time they've gotten this close to the end zone. Let's see if they can execute and finish the drive out. Because like I said, we're looking at a completely different ball game if they can manage to execute that. God. You know, I'm watching this team who's obviously made adjustments, and I'm thinking to myself, why can't we have a coach like that? 1st and goal, 2 receivers out, Sayin back to throw again, plenty of time. Now the pressure breaks on him. He gets it off complete for about 3 yards before he is slammed down by Thomas, and it'll be 2nd and goal from the 5. Here we go, 2nd and goal. God. The pressure is really stacking on the Canes now, backed up in their own end zone. We'll see if Ohio State can actually finish off this drive because the Bucknuts desperately need it. They do not want to kick a field goal here. 3 receivers out. Here's the handoff. Up the middle. Tries to get the push towards the end zone, and he's going to get a really good one out of that. Just not close enough. Stopped at the 1. Ohio State has one last chance, unless if they decide to go for it, to push this one in and get the score, make it a 1-score ball game. I think at this point you might as well just go ahead and go for it. I think you're looking at 4-down territory. That's what I'm thinking at least, and I'm sure they think the same way because they're not going to have many more chances. Miami is going to chew the crap out of that clock. Here we go from the 1, bunch formation, man in motion, hands it off. Donaldson up the middle. And he pushes his way towards the end zone, and he's got it. Touchdown, Buckeyes. They're on the board. Perfectly executed, methodical drive. That was actually handed off to Bo Jackson. I said Donaldson. They could put Jackson in there. I thought he got it. Either way, Buckeyes get the score, and they are not quite on top. But they made it a 1-score game and now put a bunch more pressure on the Canes. Yeah, they made some serious adjustments in the locker room. They definitely got a talk from Ryan Day. I know that for a fact. They may not win this game, but they're not going to go down. they're not going to go down flat like another team would. They're going to come out here and they're going to fight. They're going to go down guns a-blazing. Here's the extra point to make it a 7-point ball game. It is up. It is good. There you go. 7-point ball game here. 14-7. The Canes still on top. But Ohio State now has momentum on their side. Yor did it. That's absolutely right. They've got some work to do now. That's crazy. Ohio State has double the passing yards of Miami, and they're still losing. Tells you all the more difference what a turnover can make. If only Oklahoma would have loaned Mr. Booty Shorts to Ohio State, well, that would have made all the difference, wouldn't it? Anybody getting Mr. Booty Shorts would have made a difference. If Eichel has any sense, he'll burn some of that NIL money to get him to transfer out of Oklahoma, but he ain't leaving Oklahoma to come here. Happy New Year. Is it New Year's where you're at already? Yeah, we've only got... It's 9:43 here over in the Eastern time zone. We've only got like about 2 hours until the new year hits. '26 is going to be a big year for Squidtard Sports. I set the goal for 50,000 subscribers because we had a great year this year on Squidtard. We did. This has been a phenomenal year for this channel. I think we started 2025 with 7K. And in that time frame, we've not only doubled it, but we've gone even further beyond. So, if possible, I want Squidtard Sports to hit that 50,000 by the end of this year. Can we do it? I believe we can. You guys are the best fan base here on YouTube. Tardaria is home to the greatest group of people on this platform. Drink to that. Miami needs to find an answer to Bo Jackson. Well, that was more of Ohio State finding a way to make an answer happen. Because they've been doing a great job shutting him down well before this. They couldn't run the ball on them at all. But a part of that wasn't even the fact that they couldn't get anything going. But it was rather that Ryan Day just completely ditched the run for the pass. And that was a problem. We saw that panned out. Miami just sent the blitz every time, and Julian the Super Saiyan had no idea what to do. They need to put together a long drive and eat up clock. Yeah, each of their drives that they've had is like chewed out like 7 minutes. So I imagine that this one is probably going to take it to the end of the third quarter if they're able to get down. That's what they want. They want to score and somehow take out the rest of this third quarter along with it. But they'll have a lot of work to do. Ohio State's got the momentum back on offense. We'll see if their defense gets the memo. Here's the kickoff. Sails all the way out, and it'll be a touchback. So here we go. Canes to start from the 25-yard line. We'll see what they've got coming up. It's all based on what they've got right here on this drive. So I wonder, Carson Beck has 14 or 18 pass attempts. Are they going to give him some more of that? Or they're going to try and establish the run game some more. Because they've split it evenly. They've got a decent amount of pass and run. So we'll see what they've got. 1st and 10 for the Canes. Up by 7 at the 25-yard line. 8 minutes left to go in the third quarter. 4 wide set to start. Line up the shotgun. Going to be a handoff. Directly up the middle. Good protection. Good push. Gets about 5 yards out of that one. At the 30, Fletcher with a good push. 2nd down and 5. And as you know, you might as well start staring at your watch. They're going to take all the time they can to go ahead and continue to move down the field. Imagine an alternate universe where the Wyoming Cowboys win the Natty. Now, I haven't heard anything about Wyoming all season long other than they got eliminated from the playoffs. Bunch formation, 2nd and 5. Might be bringing a blitz here. No, Beck takes a direct snap. Ball is batted away before he can throw it. It's incomplete. McDonald's able to make the play, and it's 3rd down and 5. Caden McDonald batted the pass in the air. Had Fletcher open there. What a heads-up play by McDonald. Prevents what would have been probably a free 15 yards. And now they're looking at a 3rd and 5. Pressure on their side. Let's see if Ohio State can get the stop. Back to throw again. Gets it on the outside. Marion's open. He's got it. 1st down, Canes all the way at the 43-yard line. What happened to the aggressiveness? Well, the Ohio State defense has seemingly lost their aggressiveness. They're all the way back playing in zone. I can see that they've got their guys way back. Miami keeps finding people open on the flats and the sideline. I don't know what happened to them. What they're trying to do is they're trying to keep everything in front of them, which I get, but they're not really all that aggressive. Here's a handoff, up the middle. Good push, still pushing. That's about another 5 yards for the Canes, maybe 6. Love the power of that man ball, huh? If you can't throw the ball, you can rely on man ball to take care of the work, and they will give Fletcher 6. So 2nd and 4 coming up for the Canes. Tennessee defense. Oh no, they would have already let it up. If that was the case, they would have already let it up. 2nd down and 4. Man moving in motion. Here's a handoff again to Fletcher, who breaks a tackle, still running. Then finally gets down inside the 40, down at the 39. They're having just all kinds of momentum right now. They cannot stop the run. This is a big problem. They can't stop the run. They're chewing out all the clock they want to. Plus, they can't. I mean, look, they can't stop them. And notice that they're doing the same. This is something I do see with Tennessee. And seeing it from Caleb Downs, of all people, is concerning. He's the only one I've seen. Caleb Downs is the only player I've seen that actually scoops the legs and then is still able to take somebody down. Because every other time I've seen that, it never ends well. Another run straight up the gut, nothing given there. Maybe a yard, if that, 2nd down, and probably 9. Second down and 8 now. Under 5 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. Exactly as I said, they're chewing out all the clock they want. Shotgun, once again for the Canes. Back to throw, Beck on a direct snap. He's going to take off, and they're not going to give him any time to do anything. He is going to get back to the line of scrimmage, but not much more than that. 3rd down, rolling up. So it's gonna be a 3rd and 9 for the Canes here. And depending on where they are on the field, it's looking like they're probably gonna have to punt this thing right back to the Buckeyes. They don't have a God tier level kicker, so I don't think they're gonna try and kick from the 39. Shotgun once again, man moving in motion, direct snap. Beck gets it off barely. It is complete, but then the ball slips out. He recovers it. And then he's taken down again. Mark Fletcher takes a big hit right there. Ball pops free. He is able to recover it, but it's still going to be 4th down. They've got about 2 yards left to get the 1st. So now they've got some options. Do they go for it, or do they settle for the field goal? What the heck, go? And they're going to settle with the field goal. Carter Davis, he was 1 for 4 against A&M. Let's see what he can do here. This is a 50-yard attempt. It is up. Sailing through. It might be good. It is! It is good from 50 yards out. Adding a little bit more salt to what's already an open wound for Ohio State. 50-yard kick is good. And Ohio State only wishes they could do something like that. Clutchness personified. Razor sniping, you might be onto something there. I have not. I don't think there's even been one penalty in this game. The ref ball is just letting them play. Which after having to watch the Ref Ball City Bowl, I can't complain about that. Max Gilbert could never. Yeah, Max Gilbert would have missed that from 30 or 20 or potentially 10. Unless if that was against like New Mexico State, we were up by 40. If we were up by 40 on New Mexico State, he absolutely could have hit that from 55. See, this is the misconception about Max Gilbert. He's a good kicker. He can nail all these long field goals when there's no pressure on him. But the moment we actually need him to make a field goal, then he kicks with a bucket of shit. Yeah, the Citrus Bowl was bad. Citrus Bowl had a lot of ref ball going on. Watch the U do an onside kick here. No, Cristobal. That's not Cristobal's style. Not in this game. That is not the Cristobal way. If this were somebody if this was like a game led by like Marcus Freeman or something, I could see it. Or Mike Elko, but not here. All right, well, the Buckeyes were effortlessly able to go down the field on that last drive. If they continue that, then they might. Then the possibility of a comeback is well on their side. But I think they know a little better. The Canes got punched in the throat early. We'll see what they can do. I thought as a Tennessee fan, we had it bad with Gilbert, but the amount of games, including a natty, that fielding has cost Ohio State is insane. Yeah, no, it's the same situation. Fielding can hit field goals from long out whenever there's no pressure on him. That's the reason why he had such a good percentage. That's the reason why both him and Gilbert had really good field goal percentages. Is because they came in garbage time, made some good field goals from way long out when there was no pressure on him. But the moment that the pressure actually was there and we needed either one of them to kick a big field goal, you know what I mean? Wow, that was wonderful. We had a commercial break, and then we had the punt or the kickoff, and it's right back to commercial break. Incredible. Incredible. You gotta love ESPN. I'm betting Ohio State goes deep ball early in this drive to try and regain that momentum. Yeah, if they find Smith downfield early, then that really sets the pressure on the Canes. But again, that's if. Because they've been locking him down tonight, and not necessarily even that they've been locking him down. Like Ohio State has had open receivers, but by the time Julian the Super Saiyan can even find them, guess what? It's either Ruben Bain or Akeem Mesidor that's in his face. And that's not on him. That's on the line. He hasn't been doing himself any favors, just been sitting there and taking it, but the offensive line for Ohio State, more often than not, has not been doing them any favors. So to the credit of Ohio State, Ryan Day obviously made some adjustments knowing that his line has been getting pushed around all night. And it's more than I could say about another team that just sat on their own ass all night and saw how far their fist could go up. But again, that first half has really put them in a hole. They're still down by 10. They're going to need some momentum on their side. Jeremiah Smith had a deep catch in the second quarter, but Ohio State just started shitting the bed and went 3 out in deep Miami's territory. Well, no, Jeremiah Smith's deep ball, that was what led to the pick six, because you just ditched the run, and that led to Keontae Scott reading the screen. And what's funny about that is that a lot of that was on Jeremiah Smith, because he was the one that was supposed to guard Keontae Scott. And he just completely whiffed on the block. He gets a free lane to that ball. I totally forgot. I haven't been reading the Twitch chat. That's on me. I don't know why it didn't show up. My New Year's resolution is for us to finally beat the talent fee. Tell me about it. I don't think that's ever happening. The talent fee is just going to beat us every time. If Texas gets Jaden Ball, what happens? I don't know. They get Jaden Ball. There really isn't anything more significant than that. Here's another handoff up the middle for Ohio State to start this drive. Good for about 4 yards. And it'll be second and 6 from around the 29-yard line. Got a lineman down for the Canes. Still down, holding on to his leg right now. Hope he's okay. What are the expectations for Tennessee football in 2026? Whole lot better than this year. I'll say that much. If we don't get immediate results after what this season has been, hype will may be done next year. Because right now we're kind of in a similar position. I hate to use this comparison, but he's a lot. I saw Tennessee fans have been making this comparison. It's a lot like Mike Tomlin with the Steelers. We're supposedly this elite franchise, this elite program, but every time we go out there, every single year, it's just nothing but a bucket of mid. The O-line is still a problem for Ohio State. Doesn't matter what adjustment you make, they're getting bullied. Oh, absolutely. By the adjustments I'm calling about are the screens, the outside throws, the quick throws from scrimmage. That's the type of stuff you got to do if you don't have a line that can protect your quarterback. Or the other thing is those guys are getting bullied. You've got to remove them and then put some guys in who might be able to make a difference. Because that's the big difference. Maybe you've got a guy sitting on the bench right now that can go into this game and guard a whole lot better than the ones that are sticking around right now. Because that happens more than you think, where the starting linemen are just so gassed or just not playing up to par. Maybe they've got something else on your mind. Any good coach would see that. It would either A, make adjustments like Ohio State has been doing, or B, take those guys out and put new ones in that may be able to make a difference. It's like playing quarterback. If you got a quarterback that's throwing interceptions, running around for his life, doesn't know what he's doing, then you take him out and put a new one in. Same thing for running backs, same thing for DBs, same for linemen, same for everything. Any good coach would see that and know that he's got to make some differences if he wants to win the game. Prayers to the lineman. Never want anyone to get hurt, and he got twisted up bad. Yeah. Never good to see that. If Tennessee fires Heupel, who would they get instead that's better? That I don't know. Nobody does. Nobody knows, because I could just list out all these names. Oh, we could get Nick Saban. We could get Ryan Day. Kirby Smart. Maybe Lane Kiffin. I could just list off all of the top coaches in the land right now, but who knows if any of them would take the Tennessee job. There's no realistic option there that would be anything good. But sticking here in this position of mid, despite paying elite money, isn't going to get us anywhere. It's just not. Well, I hope Miami, if they stick to this, and this result holds, I sure do hope they show up next week. Here's 2nd and 6, outside throw caught over the middle, first down. Not quite an outside throw. I thought it looked like that. Got it to the tight end. It'll be 1st and 10. Kang Merrick, when we came in for one play, he came in for one play and then subbed out. It's funny how that works. Now he's back in. Okay, great. Wonderful. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10 for Julian Sayin. Now past the 40 at the 41-yard line. Bunch formation on this play. Takes the snap. Handoff up the middle. Decent little push. Gets about a yard, maybe 2. 2nd and 8 coming up. Brian Kelly. Come on. I don't want no daggum Brian Kelly. Keep him as far, far away from this university as possible, because it's just Josh Heupel all over again, maybe even worse. I've never seen somebody underutilized talent like he has. Play action. Throw on the outside, got him in this over on the sideline, caught. And the first down for Ohio State. Gets him past the 48, maybe to the 47. Another first down for the Buckeyes. Now it appears to me that Miami's gone soft. They're playing in this zone coverage, trying to keep everything in front of them. They're scared of letting Jeremiah Smith get loose again. They're not bringing any design blitzes anymore. They might be bringing one here, though. 1st and 10. Takes the snap. It's a run on the outside. Really good blocking. Not good enough for more than maybe 5 yards, but gets Bo Jackson to around the 43-yard line. I think he got 4 out of that one. It was a hell of a block by the left tackle. He was pushing him around on that one. Outside throw. Got it to Smith. Complete. First down. He was well protected, but Smith still made the catch. 1st and 10 Buckeyes. See, great things tend to happen if you throw it up to Jeremiah Smith sometimes. Wow, what a catch. What a way to break on that coverage. And Frederick had it. Like he was there with him the entire way, but he just made an elite play. We do have a man down for the Canes after that play. Another man down. This one looks like a defensive back on the sideline. I think that's Frederick himself that's down. Oh, man. Never like to see injuries in any case. Next man up is the way it has to be. But Ohio State now has found themselves in really good position. In a really, really good position. 1st and 10 here at the 22-yard line. All the more closer to getting their second score of the day. Making it a 3-point game. Bunch formation. Fakes the handoff. Now tosses it out to Smith, who's got a lane. Trying to run. Not able to break the tackle. Goes down after a gain of a yard. And that'll be your final play of the third quarter. So there you have it. After a quick third quarter, we are heading to the final stretch of the Cotton Bowl. One of these teams' seasons ends here, and one will move on to the Fiesta Bowl. Which one will it be? It is undetermined at this point. We're going to find out in due time. Still, though, hell of a game. And if they score here, this is going to be a hell of a finish. I know that for the case. This game is just one big pendulum of momentum constantly going back and forth. Well, it wasn't like that in the first half. In the first half, it was all Canes. Miami had that throughout the entire way. They shut down their offense, scored on their own offense. They had the game basically won. But Ohio State is locked back in, and now they've got some momentum on their side. I mean, this goes without saying, but they can't go on this. They can't go pointless on this drive. They've got to score it in some way, even if it's just a field goal. Which again, I know that's tough for Jaden Fielding, but if nothing else, you've got to have that going for you. I feel bad for Vols fans. I honestly was rooting for them yesterday, but they blew it. Oh yeah, no. Well, sorry. I mean, the fans can only do so much to motivate the team to play, but other than Aguilar and Bishop and Braylon Staley and Mike Matthews, beyond that, you had a bunch of bums who just didn't care to be there. And that includes the coaching staff. They didn't give a shit either. Heupel's got to give up coordinator duties completely. It's killing his in-game management. Well, he won't. That's the thing. He won't. Because he knows that if he gives it up, that means he's wrong about something. And he's one of the most stubborn people when it comes to this stuff. He will not in any way prove. He won't say that he's wrong. He's not wrong about anything. It's always somebody else's fault. The defense, the offense. We didn't execute. We weren't playing the right complementary football. Don't forget. If there's a bad call, oh boy. If there's a bad call that dares screw over Tennessee, then it's without a doubt the ref's fault. He can't take any responsibility. And all the responsibility that he does take is just coach speak. We could have used a DB like Jacoby Thomas. Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Would have gone a long way, wouldn't it? Got less than 2 hours till the new year over in the Eastern time zone. We're all that much closer to 2026. Get out video for Ohio State win when they lose the game. That's when. We don't even know if they will, though. Again, they've got the ball. They've got the ball closing in on the red zone here. Down by 10. All you need is to score in some capacity, and this is a one-score game that we're looking at. Here it is. First play in the fourth quarter, 2nd and 9 coming up. Going to be a handoff straight up the middle. Good block right there. And then goes down after gaining maybe 8 yards. So a 3rd and short coming up, maybe 2 yards to go. Yo, man, Connor, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, we are so fricked. Yeah, it's not looking good. It is not looking good. Some serious changes need to happen, whether it's through the coaching staff or through the portal. If we sit on our own ass and do much of nothing again, we're done for. We're just straight up cooked. Next year is going to be a very rough year for the Vols. Here we go. Clock going down. 14:22 left to go. 3rd down and 3. Very big 3rd down for the Buckeyes right here. Taking the snap. It's a handoff directly up the middle, and he won't get close. He's going to be about 2 yards short on that run, maybe a yard. Donaldson not able to get there. It's going to be 4th down and 2. Well, do you go for it or do you just kick the field goal? Because either way, you've got a shot to go. You've got a shot here. I would kick the field goal. Because at least then, you're down by 7. All you need is one stop and a score. You can tie the ball game there. But the offense will stay on the field. They are going for it. They lead the Big Ten in 4th down conversions. They're 11 of 16. 2 wide set on this one. Back to pass. Looking, saying, over the middle, got Jeremiah Smith, who runs all the way home. Now, hold on just 1 second, because there is a flag that came in late. And how fitting would it be for the only flag of the game to be one that screws over Ohio State? and it looks like a defensive hold. So the play stands, and there you have it. Touchdown, Ohio State. Perfectly executed. Jeremiah Smith, 14-yard reception touchdown. And pending the extra point, it's a 3-point game here at the Cotton Bowl. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Miami fans holding on for dear life. Oh, I'll tell you what, them folding and choking this hard would literally be on par for Cristobal. It would be. Here's the extra point. It is good. And now we have a 3-point game here. 17-14. Buckeyes still down, but momentum is absolutely on their side. 13:28 left to go in this ball game. The Canes have got to get something going and going now. Otherwise, Ohio State could absolutely break their hearts. Miami get out video when when they Cristobal up the game. That's when. Now you just need to stop. Yeah, the problem is Ohio State has to find an efficient way to shut down the run game, and they haven't been able to find a way to do that all game long. What is your favorite fast food joint? Here's a test for the chat. Tell them. You know what my favorite is. Not the person saying the comment, but as the chat as a whole, you guys already know. Tell them. Tell them what it is. Will the Cristobal effect show up now? Very well, potentially so. This would be a really bad Cristobal collapse. And here's the thing about this. This has already been a successful year for Miami. They won a playoff game. You can't ask for much more than that considering how things panned out for him earlier in the year. I mean, if you told a Miami fan that after they lost to Louisville or SMU is their second loss. I mean, if you told them that they were going to win a playoff game regardless, they would probably laughed in your face. Ohio State's been playing bend but don't break on defense. Need a quick 3-and-out instead. We'll see if they can get it. Somebody said Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. No. Arby's. Nope. Not even over close. Sonic. I haven't been to Sonic in a long time either. I do like Sonic, though. It's better than Arby's. Hardee's. I only go for their breakfast. Their lunch is nasty. Long John Silver's. Taco Bell, yes, I've been ragged on by this by several people, but I have never in my entire life, this is a true statement by the way, never have I ever been to Taco Bell. Not once. Never. I know, crazy lore right there by Squidtard, but it's the truth. Has anyone in here eaten at Small Sliders? Never even heard of it. Crystal. Never been a fan of Crystal. Anyway, Buckeyes with the momentum on their side. Here's the kickoff. Sailing it back to the Canes. Rolls all the way out of bounds for a touchback. Not missing much, to be honest. Great. Good to know. Do they have a Culver's there? Their butter burgers are where it's at. They do have a Culver's somewhere near here. In fact, that's where I dropped off Lucas after the game. Squid loves the bags of cash the most. Yeah, I could eat that. I could eat that for lunch. 1st and 10 here for the Canes. Carson Beck with a big old smile on his face. I wonder what that means. 3 wide set. Man moving in motion. Back to throw in a play action. He is going to take a deep bomb here on a one-on-one man coverage and incomplete. No flags on that one. Looking for a man deep down the field and perfect coverage there by Ohio State. Going to hold on and survive on that one. Try to look for C.J. Daniels all the way down the field, and nothing given there at all in any capacity. Second down and 10. Man moved in motion. Now it's going to be a handoff directly up the middle. And Ohio State, once again, shuts that one down. Tried to send Fletcher up the middle. That time the line did not break. Had the big boys out there on that one. And they broke apart that. And it is going to be 3rd and long. All the momentum is on Ohio State now. The Canes have got to get something here. Otherwise, they're giving this ball right back to Ohio State, who has had 2 successful touchdown drives in a row. Here it is. 3rd and 11. 4 wide set for the Canes. Line up in the shotgun. Looks like a zone for Ohio State. Takes the snap. Direct snap. Carson Beck takes off on a scramble. And he mans his way for the first. What a run by Carson Beck. That's more vision than I've seen at Georgia, I'll say that much. Hey, good on Mario Cristobal. Kirby wouldn't have let Carson Beck do that. Kirby would not have let Carson Beck do that right there. It's a good play. 1st and 10. Gets the Canes to the 35-yard line. Bunch formation, 1 receiver to the right. Takes the snap. Handoff directly up the middle. Fletcher is shut down again. No yards giveth on that. 2nd down. This game, no matter the outcome, shuts up Notre Dame fans. Oh, yeah. They were forced to shut up well before. It's never going to stop them. They're never going to shut up. That's the reality of the situation. They're always going to keep yapping. Here we go. 2nd down and 9. Man moving in motion. 3 receivers out. Takes the throw on the outside to Marion, who gets about 3 or 4 yards on the play. And it is going to be 3rd down and 5. So another 3rd down conversion needed to extend the drive. My phone's blowing up. Keep getting notifications about, oh, the new year is coming. What? Since when? Oh, my goodness. Canes are 5 for 11 on 3rd down conversions. They're going to need another one here. Lined up in the shotgun on a 4 wide set. Adjustments up on the line. Going back up. Here goes Beck on the direct snap. Looking. Runs out of the play again. Throws this one this time. Well overthrown and incomplete. And no flags are thrown. It is going to be 4th down. And Ohio State is going to get this ball back with momentum all over on their side. They've scored touchdowns in the last 2 drives. If they can score here, oh boy. They might actually break their hearts. Yeah, Ohio State is really lucky to escape there with no flags. not even because of the pass interference, but it was the roughing the passer that I thought they might have called. Either way, Miami be forced to punt. This one sails all the way inside the 25-yard line. Looks like they'll start directly at it. All right, well, Ohio State, 75 yards. They can get down the field and score a touchdown, or they can tie it with the Jaden Fielding field goal if they actually manage to land one. Pop-Tart Bowl, unironically, best bowl of our time. Well, definitely most passionate. I'm not even just saying that because of the teams or the fans, but rather the bowl itself. They care the most about their... They literally care the most out of anybody about their bowl. It's a bowl by the fans for the fans. Why are they never calling flags on Ohio State? Well, they haven't been calling flags all game long. They called one flag, which was a holding on Miami. That was it. That was the only flag that we've seen all game. Neither team has any penalty yards. Well, I mean, here's the thing: you either get a gigantic ref ball episode, or you get nothing at all. And I guess we're getting the one where it's nothing at all. But yeah, no. Even if you didn't think that was pass interference, which I didn't, I thought there might have been some reasoning there to call the roughing the passer, because Carson Beck got hit directly on the helmet-to-helmet contact well after that play. Never again, Music City Bowl. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I don't even know why we took the offer this year. Heupel was still the coach that last time that happened. Just that bowl game is so dog water. I mean, it was better this time around. The end zones were at least painted this time. You couldn't see the Titans logo from the end zone, so development, as Dan Mullen would put it? I don't know. This game is moving really quickly because of the lack of penalties, but moreover because of the way Miami runs their offense. They chew the ever-living hell out of the clock on every single possession, which might bite them now if Ohio State's able to get some momentum on this drive. But to call a holding on the defense when it's been so many offensive holds on Ohio State, I mean, we'll see. They still got 10 more minutes to call a flag on him. Tennessee took the offer because they're not pansies like Notre Dame. At least that, I mean, we could have gone to a different bowl game. You know what I mean? Could have asked for the Outback Bowl or something. Back to throw. On the outside, caught. Good enough for a first down as he breaks a tackle and gets all the way past the 35-yard line. Bad missed tackle by the Canes is going to give Ohio State a fresh set of downs. Clock will continue to roll down. We're under 10 minutes left in this ball game. One of these teams is going to be sent home. Either it'll be the defending national champs or it'll be Mario Cristobal and the 7th Floor crew. Yeah, Julian Saiyan is having himself a hell of a second half. The Super Saiyan coming out of him right now. 1st and 10. Bunch formation. 2 receivers to the left. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Part of the Red Sea takes off after getting maybe 4 or 5 yards. That's where he'll stand. So it'll be 2nd and 5. The Mr. Beast Bowl. Ay, ay, ay. Is Mario Cristobaling again? Turns out that way. Might be. He might be. 9 minutes left. They have chewed a full minute out of 2 plays. 2nd down and 6. 2 receivers to the right this time. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Saiyan. Now not able to get the pass off. He held onto the football and goes down all the way at the 30. Huge sack right there by the Canes defensive line. Came through in the clutch when they needed it most. Wesley Basanthi broke right through the line. Broke right through a lineman, too. Threw both guys down at the same time. Holy crap, look at Basanthi. Good Lord. That was diabolical what you did to that man. Threw down Bo Jackson and Julian Saiyan at the same time. Pinned back here on a 3rd and 15. Here he goes, Saiyan back to pass on a direct snap. They're bringing the pressure again. He does get it off, and it's caught. Who else but Jeremiah Smith, the neutralizer, is able to get just enough yards for the first down. Again coming in through the clutch for Ohio State. what a weapon this guy is. No matter how many times he just keeps finding ways to bullshit Ohio State out of these situations. Insane. Miami fans, they all thought they had him. Nope. You never have him. From the 48, back to throw again, saying, hanging a deep shot down the field. He might have a man. No, he doesn't. Well overthrown and incomplete. Carnell Tate isn't even within the vicinity of that one. 2nd and 10 coming up. At least they took a shot. Give credit to them. They're playing aggressive. They want to win this game. Down to 7.5 minutes left in this ball game. Chewing the ever-living hell out of this clock on the way. Miami's going to... by the time they get this ball back, they may not have a lot of time left. Here we go. Saying all alone in the backfield. Now he's got his running back. Back to throw again on a direct snap. They bring the pressure. Rolls out of the pocket. Flags down. He gets it off. And then he's taken down after maybe 6 yards. Gets it to Bo Jackson on a screen. But a flag comes in the middle of that. It's a holding, and this time it's on Ohio State. Somebody mentioned Ohio State had no holding calls. You got your wish finally. Now they got a holding call, throws him back 10 yards. Ay. My goodness. Daniels called on a holding, trying to get Ruben Bain away from him. That's the only way he can think of to do it. Terrible. Ohio State's O-line cannot do anything against this Miami Hurricanes pass rush. And here's a 2nd and 20 now. 7 minutes left to go and counting. 4 wide set. Now 5 wide. Man moving in motion. Saying all alone in the backfield. Takes a direct snap. Back to throw. Looking. Throws. Got a man. No. Incomplete. Off of Carnell Tate's hands. It'll be 3rd down and 20. Basically, they're going to need another Julian Sain and Jeremiah Smith desperation heave. If I'm the Canes, I'm sending double on that man. Oh boy. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out real quick what they can do. There's not a whole lot you can do on a 3rd and 20. I'll say that much. Under 7 minutes left to go. The Canes section of the stadium is very loud. On a direct snap, Saying back to throw again. They're bringing the pressure on the edges. Tries to give away from Ruben Bain. Gets the screen off, but it's behind the line of scrimmage. And it is complete. It'll be another loss. A loss of 2. It'll be 4th down and a mile. And Ohio State will, of course, have to punt this one back to the Canes. There's nothing they can do. Ruben Bain on that edge is just unstoppable. They cannot do anything against this pass rush. 4th and 22. They're going to kick this one back from the 21. There's the punt. Sails all the way to around the 10. And that's where to be taken. A flag comes in after the kick. What do they call it? This could be very important. This is very important right here. And it looks like a false start. It's a false start on the punt. No, it's an illegal formation. Illegal formation on Ohio State. They're going to have to punt this one back even further. That's another 5 yards back. Ay. They're coming apart right now. And a lot of it is because of Ruben Bain. I'm telling you what, if you are somebody in the NFL, if you're a team in the NFL that's struggling on defense, get Ruben Bain right now. Already write him down. Do what you need to do. Here's the 2nd attempt at the punt. Sailing all the way back to the 30. That's where it'll be taken. They originally had him all the way back at the 10. That gave Miami an extra 20 yards. So good job there, dummies. You fools. Well, here we go. With how well the Canes have been executing on offense, at least in the first half, they could potentially chew out the rest of this clock and win the game in regulation. They could absolutely do that. Ruben Bain, future Titan. If it was the Titan, then if he was a Titan, then yeah, that would be huge for Tennessee. Damn, Miami's choking again. Not yet. No, they just got the ball back. All they've got to do now, literally all they've got to do is run out this clock, and they've got it. They can absolutely do that. I send the sins of Bobby Petrino to Ohio State. No, that's Bobby Petrino is somebody else's problem now. Yeah. They're good old Bill Belichick's problem. Jordan Hudson's wife. Have fun with that. Just run the ball? Yeah, they're going. They're going to. They're going to try their best to chew out the entirety of this clock on their way out. That's exactly what they're getting ready to do. Yeah, if Bain goes to the Titans, then holy crap. They need it. But then again, what is it that the Titans have that they don't need? Yeah, no, Arkansas's offense wasn't actually bad this year. A lot of their problems came down to terrible defense. So I think it's actually a decent move by North Carolina to get him. It's just funny how now Bill Belichick and Bobby Petrino are on the same squad together. I was going to try and forget that until next year. Go Heels. Oh, boy. Yeah, I can't blame you. I mean, after that Tennessee game that we had against Illinois, after that Music City Bowl, it was the first time in a while where I was actually glad that Tennessee's season is over. I haven't been that way in a while, but it's one of those cases where I'm actually glad they're done. Because it's just, watching them this season has just been exhausting. I know you only get a handful of games every season, but man, watching them week in, week out, that was something. It was something. Very exhausting. All right, well here it is. This is the make it or break it moment if you're Miami or Ohio State. It all comes down to this in my eyes. Handoff up the middle. Oh, taking off right here. Big run by Mark Fletcher. Gets about 20 yards on that one. And that puts Miami on a really good spot. Super Nuclear, thank you for the 2 says, play 7th floor crew if Miami wins. You got it, buddy. We will do that. It's not. This ain't looking great. This ain't looking great for Ohio State right now. Trying to keep their championship hopes alive. Trying to go back for back. It all counts on this. 5 minutes left. Handoff again to Fletcher. Breaks a tackle. Still running down around the. I don't know what yard line it is. They're now past midfield. I think they're around the 47. Gets about 5, maybe 4 yards on that one. 2nd and 6 rolling up for the Canes. They're going to continue to milk this clock as they go down the field. Yeah, this is really bad. This is really bad. Now, if they score a touchdown here, then in my opinion, Ohio State is cooked. They don't have enough time. They're going to need a miracle somehow if Miami scores a touchdown. Here we go. 3 wide set. Back to throw. Beck looking for a receiver downfield. Taking off. He's going to run it himself. Goes down after he's thrown down after about a 3-yard gain. It's going to be a 3rd down and short as he'll go down. And this is important. He did not go out of bounds, so the clock will continue to roll as we head down to about 4 minutes left in this ball game. Uh-oh. Don't tell me Ryan Day is about to lose his chance at a back-to-back natty to Cristobal. Bunch formation on a 3rd and 3. Watch where the running backs are. Nope, it's going to be a direct snap by Beck. He throws outside, and it is caught! First down, Canes. Past the 40, stays in bounds. The clock will continue to roll. Oh, no. Jamar Brown. You didn't see much of him today, but that was the one time he did something. And boy, was it something. The clock will continue to roll. We're down to 3.5 minutes. I can't exacerbate just how important this is for the ACC if this score holds. Here we go. 3 minutes left. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff directly up the middle to Brown, who's running, still running all the way, gets a first down. Man ball complete on that. Shamar Brown with an insane run gets about 15 yards, and you can hear it now. You can hear it now. The 7th floor crew is playing somewhere in the distance. The legacy run that Ryan Day and Ohio State have had might be coming to a crumbling collapse. A lot of time left, but it's not looking good. They're at the 25-yard line now. 25 yards away from potentially ending this game. Man moving in motion for the Canes. Bunch formation once again. Takes the handoff over the middle. This time the Bucknuts are there to shut it down after maybe a yard on the play. 2nd down, and the clock will roll down to the 2-minute warning as we head into the final stretch of this ball game. It's worth noting Ohio State does have all 3 timeouts to work with here. If they're able to miraculously hold the Canes to a field goal, then they'll have all 3 timeouts and a cornucopia of time left to go down the field to potentially score to win the game. As great as this is, which this is great, I really legitimately hope this does not end in them just shitting themselves against Georgia. I'll be pissed. I'll be so daggone mad if the Canes do all this against Ohio State and then just explode all over themselves against Georgia. That is if they beat Ole Miss. That is if Georgia finds a way to get past Ole Miss. They pulled the guard and used him as a blocker, and it worked. They find a lot of things. They're pulling out every single thing they possibly can. The ACC as a whole, right now, this is the Miami Conference. Of all the teams, the Miami Hurricanes, the team that cannot win the ACC. This is so funny to me. Miami is about to win not 1, but potentially 2 playoff games, and they still can't win the ACC. What the shit, man? What is Tank Conference? What is this conference? I don't get it. Ay, that's insane. Seems like having a bye is not good. Yeah, I mean, the bye teams are about to go 0 for 5 if this holds. Again, in order for this to really be in their favor completely, they've got to score the touchdown. Because if they're forced to kick the field goal, then Ohio State has a Jeremiah Smith. All they need is just one Jeremiah Smith 75-yard touchdown, and they win the game. That's if they hold him to 3, though. That's the big question there. 178 viewers in here right now. I want to say this to you guys that are watching. I can't explain enough just how appreciative I am of all of you guys watching this channel right now. I'm greatly appreciative of it. Here's to... Oh, hold on. No DP, but good enough. Here's to a fantastic 2026 in Tart area. But yeah, thank y'all so much for all the work that you've done for this channel, for tuning in. We got some great things coming in the year 2026. I'll tell you that much. And I'm looking forward to all the things that are to come with you with this channel. The thing is, I've got a lot going on in my life right now. You know, of course, I'll put it in the chaos recap when we get to the bowl season recap. But yeah, no, I'm officially on the job hunt as now I'm out of college. I officially graduated this semester, so gotta find me a real job. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. A start area in Central Time or Eastern Time? That would be in Eastern Time. 2nd down and 9. 2-minute warning is over at the 25-yard line. On the handoff, Brown up the middle. Good man ball push. Still pushing his way. Gets 5 yards on that one. I mean, they can't stop him. They can't stop him. The run, they're doing exactly what they did against A&M and just manifesting their way through the run game. And Ohio State will now use their first of 3 timeouts. If they can use all of Ohio State's timeouts here, they might be able to end this game in regulation and not even have to score. What was your major? Journalism. Yeah, Squidtard's a journalist. Crazy. Doesn't mean Akron is better than Ohio State. Where are you getting that from? No, but by transitive property, it means SMU and Louisville are. Or was it Cal that beat Mike? Wait, Cal beat? Is it SMU and Louisville beat? Yeah, they. And Cal, yeah, you're right. Cal beat SMU. So yeah, by transitive property. Guess what? Oh, and San Diego State beat Cal. San Diego State beat Cal. So yeah, San Diego State better than Ohio State, I guess. Oh my goodness. Big Ten's terrible, isn't it? Back to throw. It's a screen. Perfectly executed. Got some blockers in front. He's going down to the 10. And finally down inside the goal line. It's going to be 1st and goal, Miami. C.J. Daniels, perfectly executed screen. And they're all the more closer to icing this ball game. Minute 46 left to go. And there's the second timeout. There's the second timeout. Miami is all the more closer to icing this ball game. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. The Ohio State hate watch successful, I guess. Red really thought he was going to get through this week without having to suffer like I did. Oh, boy. Guys, the FBS report's going to be a legendary one. Look, the Ohio State fans are leaving in droves. They already know they're done for. They already know it. Cristobal with the smile on his face. The Hurricane fans are all excited. All the time in the world for them to blow it, but it's not looking like it. It's not looking like it. 1st and goal for the Canes from the 7-yard line. Handoff to Brown up the middle. Good push right here. Still pushing. Down around the 5. 2nd and goal coming up. Here comes the last and final timeout for Ohio State. Expect for them to blow it? No, they're not going to. They're going to let this run. Ryan Day's going to save his final timeout. If I had to guess, they're just going to go ahead and end into regulation. I don't even think they're going to score. Beck substitutes some new linemen. They've got everybody lined up in man ball formation. On the goal line. Here it is. 5 yards to go. 1 minute left to go in this ball game. Handoff to Brown again up the middle, and he's got a push, and he's got the touchdown! Gentlemen, it's official. The U is back. Shamar Brown, 5-yard rushing touchdown. The Hurricanes are going to do what nobody would have ever expected from them. They are going to take down the defending national champions, and they are going to move on to the semifinals of the college football playoffs. Oh no, Ohio State. Hey, what happened to all those Twitter accounts? Where are all those Twitter accounts that were laughing all about the SEC being dog water? Dude, you're doing a great job representing the Big Ten, you absolute dummies. Oh, pals, you know what? Tell them about it. Tell them about it. Tell them about it. That's a Brian Kelly moment right there, ain't it? Oh, yep. The U is back. I can't believe it. Take your the and the and shove it. Where is that video? Hold on.
Take your D and the and shove it. How about that? The Ohio State. It's Ohio State. What do you mean the? Everybody's got a D or a the. You don't own it. It's the. It's the oldest word in the book.
Here goes saying, takes a deep shot down the field, and it's incomplete. Cardell Tate was open at the 45-yard line. Missed him by a mile. It's going to be 2nd and 10 Buckeyes. Take your the and the and shove it. Guys, all right. All right, I'll do it. Hold on, let me get it. Where is it? All right. Super Nuclear, thank you for the 2 says you should call red. No, I gotta leave him be, man. He's not now. Back to throw. Here's Julian saying again, takes another deep shot. It is intercepted. It's picked off by Miami, and the game is officially closed. There you have it. The Miami Hurricanes are gonna take down the Ohio State Buckeyes. Hey, y'all did a great job repping the Big Ten, right? God, I'm telling you guys what, the Big Ten is such an overrated conference. You can beat in the Big Ten, you can beat up on a bunch of nobodies all season, inflate your overrated ass defense that can't even stop one running back, and then guess what? The moment you face some prime competition like Indiana or Miami, guess what happens? You can't do anything. Got a full group of 5-star linemen you paid a bunch of $1 million for. Not one of them could stop Reuben Bain. Not a single one was worth a doo-doo in this game. And here's the knee to end it. And there you have it. It's over. The U is back.
She was getting fucked on the 7th floor. Oh, yeah. If that bitch only knew that she was getting mudded by the whole crew. What would she do? What would she do? What's your name? What you do?
I mean, what can you say? What can you say? The 7th floor crew lives on. Miami will officially advance to the semifinals. They'll go on to the Fiesta Bowl to play the winner of Ole Miss versus Georgia. Hopefully Ole Miss. But either way, the defending champs go down. Ryan Day back on Fraud Watch. Just like before, huh? Just like before. Right? Welcome back to Fraud Watch, buddy. Lil Bats, thank you for the 5 says. That's what you get for dunking on Vandy today, Red. Ooh, that's tough. AJ, thank you very much for the 5 says. Time zones are crazy. Australia 2026, USA 2025, Ohio State 2024, and Notre Dame 1988. Yep. Also, Squid, if you don't have a LinkedIn, make one. I do have a LinkedIn. Thank you for checking in on that, though. Oh my goodness. Somehow it hits a little harder whenever I actually find a way to win, huh? Wow. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? This song is so daggum goofy. This song is so stupid. Here we go. That she would get in. She would get in. Man, oh man. And this song goes on forever, you guys. You can go listen to the rest of it, but yeah, there you go. There you go. It's officially in the books. The Canes, not the strike of midnight because this game ended an hour early for us Eastern timers, but they did it. Carson, how about Carson Beck, man? Carson Beck. You know, shout out to him. You have a team that underutilizes his talent like Georgia. He goes to a team like Miami, and now he's won 2 playoff games. Good for Carson Beck, man. You know what? I'm about to rage bait the shit out of some Georgia fans. Wow. I mean, I still can't believe it. What a day. What a day for Miami fans, man. Congratulations to the Hurricanes. I'll tell you what, if nothing else, it has been a hell of an offseason for y'all. I mean, really. I thought this team, after building up their defensive backfield, this was a team good enough, I thought, to maybe make some noise in the postseason. And they've done just that. Won now 2 playoff games. Beat the defending champions. They're going to move on to the semis to face either Ole Miss or Georgia. If they win that, they can have a shot at the national championship. Who would have ever thought that in the year 2025, the Miami Hurricanes would be competing for a national championship? Crazy world we're living in, huh? Stunning. Stunning even. Oh, I'm gonna have some fun on Twitter tonight. I'm not even gonna lie about it. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun. Man, oh man. All right, well, Miami now officially going to the Fiesta Bowl. They're the first of the 4 to make the semis. Oregon, Texas Tech tomorrow at noon. Then after that, of course, tomorrow we'll be live for Alabama, Indiana. So stay tuned for that. No member stream tomorrow. I'll be doing things throughout the day. I won't be able to do a member stream. but we'll be back with it sooner or later. Yeah, I'm going to be busy. So not this Saturday, but the one upcoming. So Saturday the 10th, we are officially going to be restarting the Tardaria dynasty, starting it back up from where we left off. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, no, we got some great stuff coming for you guys. Oh, yeah, no, crazy. I never would have expected the Canes to get it done, because this was the one I was most confident about. I was most confident that Ohio State was going to win this game. Out of all the matchups, I was the most confident that this one was going to be one that I thought would be right. But nope. 7th floor crew came in, took care of business. Ruben Bain, if he wasn't the MVP of this game, I want to be able to believe it. I know the running backs and Carson Beck had themselves a day, but Ruben Bain, dude, that dude put the work on that offensive line and Julian Sayin all night long. Sayin's going to go to sleep tonight, and he's going to be having nightmares in the form of the sleep paralysis demon known as Ruben Bain. He's going to be in his bedroom as a dadgum sleep paralysis demon. I know that for a fact. Truxima, thank you for the 10, says, just saw the score. This shit gas 91 octane. Welcome to the current year, which will soon, in just 1 hour my time, be a different year. Damn. Who would have ever thought Ohio State would not be competing for a natty in 2026? Damn. 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 You hate to see it. Right? Right? Lots of people lost bets today. Oh, hell yeah. No, I know that to be the case. Red is in shambles right now. That has to be. That's why I don't want to call him. No point rubbing this one in. I mean, I'll get that opportunity on the FBS report because, well, let's be honest here. It's going to be an FBS report. You guys are going to want to stay tuned for the FBS report on Monday. Me and him are both going to have some things to say about both of our teams. That's the truth. But yeah, the Canes, man, they had some extra momentum on this one. I mean, everybody remembers, I think it was 2002 when the Canes had the shot at the title and then lost to Ohio State. There was some extra energy on their side going into this one. In memoriam of their father sees, and they come through in the clutch and take down the Buckeyes in the Cotton Bowl. Oh, I'm going to have some fun trolling today. I'm telling you what. I'm going to have some real big fun trolling. 5 lost Tennessee, 5 lost Missouri. Why the mighty SEC got 5 teams in the playoffs. Well, the mighty Big Ten just got belt to ass by the ACC. It's going to be a fun day for me, guys. It's going to be a fun rest of the night for me. As you guys can expect, you're going to get a Get Out video. You guys want the Get Out video? You're going to get a Get Out video. Notre Dame needs to take notes. Oh, absolutely. So the ACC is better than the SEC, is better than the Big Ten, better than the Big 12. No, ACC, or no, it's Miami over Big Ten, over SEC, over Big 12, over ACC. Hey, you probably put the Big 12 over the SEC at this point. And then somewhere down there you can put the MAC. Actually, no. Here's the official pecking order: Miami, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, American, Sun Belt, literal AIDS, ACC, and the MAC. There you go. Truxama, appreciate the 5, says, I've never seen a conference weaponize their tanking and spread it to their opponents like a disease. Yeah, I can't figure it out either. I mean, it's crazy to me how Miami is the only competent one in this conference, despite them not actually winning the conference. Crazy things have happened. Anyway, let me go laugh at the Big 10 people some more. Hold on, doing some trolling. Somebody said, I pulled up a tweet that says the Big 10 owns Tennessee. I'm about to go troll mode on this one. I think I'm enjoying this a little too much. Okay. Enough of that. I have my fun. All right. Red is broken? How bad is it? You guys want to see something funny? Guys, do y'all want to see something funny? Y'all want to see something funny? Oh, I know you want to see something funny. Oh, I know you want to see something funny. You're going to see something funny. All right. Let me do something real fast. Let me make sure the volume is up on this one. Somebody about to get angry. I can't use my camera, that's fine. I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try my best. Let me do something real fast. I want to make sure this works real quick. Let me just play a random video real fast. I was just checking to make sure that it works, and it's not. I don't think it's picking it up. So here I can just play it on my phone. It should do it. I'll just play a random video and see if it picks it up. It picks it up. All right, great, wonderful. All right, I need to make sure that it picked him up. If I'm gonna troll, I want to do it right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Some people are gonna be mad. All right, here we go.
Well, I'll be fucking damned. Guess who just showed the fuck up?
You win USC
Oh.
because you.
Any women in its entirety. Well, you know what I mean. All right, bring the track. Yeah, all Nick, Marvin, talking this motherfucker. We finna talk about these hoes and that 7 foot. You know how that shit goes. Only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. If that bitch only knew that she was getting muddied by the whole crew.
I legitimately
What's your name? Marvelous. What you do? Hold my nut. How you
Same
doing?
shit that happened again against Indiana and Michigan last year. That is point start and just enough.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I had to. Sorry, Red. I had to. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'd turn on my camera if I could. It won't let me because I'm on OBS. But yeah. All right. Well. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. But yeah, no. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Ohio State should. I mean, obviously they're gonna be just fine. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, this was obviously a brutal loss, and I'm gonna be trolling him till the end of time about it. But this is way more about Miami than it was for Ohio State, because the fact that the Canes won this game really goes to say a lot about how underrated they were going into this, because nobody took them seriously at all. Like they thought Texas A&M versus Miami could have been a pretty good game because both of those teams were seen as frauds. But going into this game, people still thought that Canes were a fraud and that they had no odds of winning this ball game. It's the truth. So for them to come in here and then beat down the Buckeyes like they did, yeah, no. Where's the Get Out video? I got the Get Out video for you. There you go. I can't just poop out content, even though I mean, I can, but you gotta give me a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time to squeeze out. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying. Wow. Well, the Big Ten. I mean, the Big Ten's not done yet. They've got Indiana carrying the conference right now, plus Oregon. If Oregon loses tomorrow, then that puts a lot of pressure on Indiana. If both of them go down tomorrow, then I'm gonna have some fun with the Big Ten people, because the Big Ten people, oh my goodness, they were loud, weren't they? They were really loud. To win, you gotta not lose. Ain't that the truth? Do you plan out these Get Out videos beforehand, or do you come up with them on the spot? Mostly on the spot. In all honesty, they're mostly on the spot. Because they're instant reactions, and the whole point of it is to have that instant reaction. Because, you know, when I do the bowl game recaps, obviously I put a lot more thought into it, because that's actually pre-planned. But with the Get Out videos, that's, you know, most of it is literally just me planning something like right on the spot. But I've got some options to do with Ohio State, I'll say that much. I'm not sure where to go with them. I'm sure I'll find something. I'm sure I'll find something. I always do with Ohio State. I was rooting hard for the Big Ten to sweep the SEC. Well, tough luck there, buddy. Tough luck. Boy, that might... Remember when I made that video in Miami? Sucks to be you. That aged real well, didn't it? I'm sure there's already a cornucopia of comments on that "Sucks to Be You" video that I made over the off season saying, "But this didn't age quite well, did it?" I'm looking forward to that. Who'd y'all want to win the Natty? Well, but when all the teams came out, I was hoping it was somebody like Tulane or James Madison for Gits and Shiggles. But realistically, I want it to be somebody like Indiana or Oregon. A good story with a good fan base that I respect and you know, somebody like that. Somebody with a fan base that's not full of a bunch of annoying shitheads like Georgia or Ohio State or Georgia or Alabama or Georgia. So, if it were Indiana, I would not care all that much. I mean, if you're like an Illinois or an Iowa fan or somebody like that, I could get it a whole lot more. Because nobody wants to see, you know, people love like to claim like, you know, Big Ten supremacy and all that, or SEC supremacy. But then also, nobody wants to see their rival win. Nobody wants to see it. Anybody with any sense doesn't want to see that. It wasn't like that back in the day, but nobody actually wants to see that. I'll be fine with Tennessee losing $200,000 if it means Georgia doesn't win a Natty. I don't know what they think, but that's what I think. If Alabama somehow wins the Natty, no one will ever hear the end of it. Oh, especially not if you're watching TV. If you're watching SportsCenter or ESPN, good luck ever hearing the end of it. They might talk about that more than they talk about Arch Manning winning the Heisman next year. Because, boy, they were glazing the hell out of Arch Manning after that one. Weren't they? Yeah, of course they were. Well, oh yeah, Texas Tech too, you're right. Texas Tech is absolutely another one. I mean, a lot of fan bases. I have not many interactions with a lot of these fan bases. Like even Miami. Like Miami fans have been mad at me because of the video I made about them. So naturally, I've had quite a few, like a handful of Miami fans get mad at me and like get a little bit on my nerves and stuff. But moreover than not, like it's nothing compared to like what Bama, Ohio State, or Georgia have done. There's just the truth there. Right, guy, I've been a soldier of Tardaria for 2 months. Thank you very much, sir. Says, watch them get rid of the first round bye. I don't think they'll get rid of it, but rather what it's going to be is it's probably going to be where they've got a home playoff game. But if they extend this thing to 16 teams, I could see that too. Who knows what the playoff committee is going to do? Nobody actually has any idea. I certainly don't. I don't have a clue. You should get MVOS. Oh, well, yeah, MVOS, that's happening, by the way. I said that before. I think I said it in a member stream, but that one is happening. So, yeah. That's why I didn't reply, because I wanted to kind of leave it a secret or up in the air, but yes, that one is definitely happening. Since 1980, Miami has always been the standard of college. Okay, shut up. Stop. Buddy, you can't even win the conference. You can't even win the ACC. Let's back up on that a bit. Until you win your conference, that's got to go. You were the standard of college football for approximately one season. We'll give you 1985 and 2001, so 2 seasons. Y'all are my 2 sneaky discoveries this year in 2025. Thank you. Very much appreciated. All hail Tank Conference and the talent fee. Yeah, Tank Conference getting not 1 but 2 wins in the playoffs is absolutely insane. I want you to think about this for a second. 12-team playoffs. ACC wins. 2. Big 12 wins. 0. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that stings. No wins for the Big 12, but we got 2 for the ACC. If I were a Big 12 fan, I would be angry at my life right now. I saw a bracket. I saw a guy on Twitter making a bracket where they swapped Tulane's playoff spot for the New York Jets. Damn. Yeah, well, this is. I mean, according to Ohio State fans, the AFC is a weaker division than the Big Ten. So. Did anyone ask about how Ohio was feeling? Yeah, no. I'm sure they're feeling wonderful right now. Feeling like they got to fire Ryan Day again. But they say that after every loss. So that doesn't really say anything. 6 teams have won 3 titles in 40 years. Georgia ended a 40-year title drought to make the list. LSU, Florida State, Florida, Clemson, and Ohio State. That's 40 titles in 40 years of dominance, follows success, chasing the U. Dog. What? I'm not following. I'm not, and I'm assuming it's not because I'm just stupid. I might just be falling. I might just be falling for some obvious rage bait. What's wrong with me? Miami winning the Natty would be hilarious. Oh yeah, certainly. If the Canes were to do it, yeah, they might file a lawsuit against the ACC. I could absolutely see Miami filing a lawsuit against the ACC to get out of the conference, because even right now they're carrying it on their back. Ryan Day looked miserable. Well, he looks like that more often than not. The only time he did is when he actually won the Natty. And they said Ohio State was the best team in college football throughout the whole season. Well, they performed, especially their defense. This is the thing. Their defense performed like the best defense in college football through the majority of the season. But to act like that wasn't inflated because of a schedule where they faced Popeyes East most years is just blind delusion. Because they did. Ohio State had an incredibly weak schedule up until that point. They did play some good competition, dominated some good competition, ran through Illinois. I mean, now you can't really say much about Illinois. They weren't even ranked by the end of the year. But, I mean, they ran through them, ran through other competition, did what they were supposed to do up until they played Indiana. So, I mean, there's only so much you could say, but it is just, their offense was always just kind of going through the motions through the whole thing. You know, throughout the whole year, it's always been F it, Jeremiah Smith down there somewhere, and this was no different. You know what I mean? The Hokies need 2 years, and then they would give Miami a run for tank conference dominance. Ooh, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Miami doesn't have tank conference dominance because they never won the conference. They have to win the ACC before they can dominate it, and they have yet to do that. They're no doubt carrying the conference in the postseason, but they couldn't even make the championship game. The rules are stupid on how the tiebreakers work in the conference, but the rules are the rules. You know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean. The only team I can see beat the first round curse is Indiana, unfortunately. Actually, that's fortunately. Because if it means the daggum mouse goes down, I'll be happy with that. That's what we want. This is probably rage bait, but I'll bite. Miami was the standard of college football back in the 80s when they had 5 rings, Ed Reed, blah, 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 you're 30 for 30. Yeah, we all know. We all know. We get it. We get it, but you're not the standard of college football today. You weren't. You aren't. You're the furthest thing away from that. You can't win your conference today. You've never won the ACC, and the fact that you're trying to defend that by saying 5 rings, look at our rings from 35 years ago, goes to telling me that I'm right about that. That you aren't the standard of college football. You aren't. You had a good stretch. You had an incredible run. You did. A lot of teams had an incredible run, though. A lot of teams. I don't see Florida State fans going around saying that they're the standard of college football for what they did back in the 90s. Imagine a Florida fan getting on here and then saying Florida is the standard of college football because they won a natty in 2006 and 2008. I mean, come on. Keep it real. Yes, you were the standard back in the 80s. It ain't the 80s. So make sure you know past tense. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and what's funny is that he's right about that. Alabama went on a 7 natty stretch. Educate them on what? That they were good yesteryear? So that Miami won a bunch of natties yesteryear back in the 80s, so now that means that they're the standard today? What kind of copium is that? You can't win your conference, sir. Beat Louisville before you talk about being the standard. I'm here trying to defend Miami, and you got this going. Come on, man. Keep it real. It's crazy to think that Miami nearly missed the playoff. Now they're in the semifinals. They were always in. I don't know why they were ever ranked below Notre Dame, because Notre Dame was always should have been ahead. In your honest opinion, Squid, which team or teams are the standard now in your opinion? The standard. The thing is about college football now is that there's no specific standard. Alabama had that because of the run that they had, but there's no specific standard since you've got a new team winning the title every single year. There's no specific team that is consistently winning titles year in and year out. Until you've got another team that goes back to back, maybe there's an argument for calling them the standard. The closest thing to it is unfortunately the Mouse. They're the last team to go back for back, and ever since then, they've been the contender. Their worst year ever since Kirby Smart got hired, or after his second year. His worst year was probably back in 2020, where they still won a New Year's 6. Kyrese Alford, thank you very much for the 20, says, seeing Ohio State lose against Miami saved my New Year's Eve after watching my Wolverines lose to Texas again in the Citrus Bowl. I can't wait for Michigan basketball to take over the Big Ten in 2026. Go Blue. Yeah. At least you have that silver lining going for you because, yeah, Michigan got beat pretty bad. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations on the hate watch. You got to take the foam out your brain, buddy. You're saying Miami is the standard of college football today because of stuff that they did back 35 years ago. I mean, you're saying I'm the clown here, but look at what you're saying. You contradicted yourself every time you speak. Thank you so much. Thank you so incredibly much for your college football chaos videos. You're the best college football YouTuber. Thank you very much, Gabe Conrad. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't understand. You won today, and you're sitting here trying to back up your team from 35 years ago. You think Arkansas might be good next year? I doubt it. It's going to take a long time to fix what's been undone because of the tenure of Sam Pittman. Ryan Silverfield isn't going to go in there and instantly make magic happen. He's making a good class out of it. You know, he's got a good coaching staff. I think it was a good thing to go ahead and drop Petrino because you needed to start fresh and anew. But that's going to come with some growing pains, and I think that's going to show next year. You're not going to go from... I mean, I think you'll do better than 2-10. It's pretty hard to do worse than 2-10, but I don't see you being so quote unquote good. Pitt had a god-tier season in 1976. Clearly, they're the standard for college football. Yeah, if anything, if we're going off of past achievements as a standard of college football, then Yale and Harvard are the best thing you've got. Yale and Harvard have a bunch of natties back in the days of World War II and whatnot. Guess they're the standard of college football, guys. Guess they're the standard of college football. If you're 100-something years old and were alive back in the days that Yale and Harvard were winning titles every single year, congratulations. They're the standard of college football now. Holy hell, man. How many teams have won 3 titles in 40 years? Oh my God. You've got to be trolling now. You've got to be trolling. That's the reason you're saying Miami's the standard? Okay. Here, I'll give you some examples. Alabama won 7 in 40 years, probably more than that. Florida, LSU, both of them won more than 3 natties. Or Florida won 3, LSU won 3, at least 3. Maybe they won more. Who else? Ohio State. Ohio State won 3 natties in 40 years. I mean, the list could go on, but you're saying that as if you're the only one that's won 3 natties in 40 years. What are you talking about? You gotta be trolling, and I'm just falling for the bait. Gotta be. AJ, thank you very much for the 2, says, as a Yaley, boola boola bitches. Yeah, man, Yale's the standard. Don't you know they won a bunch of natties back 100 years ago? So, yep, they're the standard. They're the standard. I am, but yeah, you're right. I'll let you guys fight him. I hope he comes back in the comment section next stream. I hope this isn't a one-time gimmick. I'd love for you to keep showing up in my streams. Please be here tomorrow. Please. I'm begging. Please be here tomorrow for our Alabama Illinois stream. Please. Oh my goodness. Arkansas is decent in most of its sports. They can compete. Football can be revived. I have no doubt in my mind eventually Arkansas can be revived. But the reality of the situation is, you're not a premier program in football. You know that. Everybody knows that. You aren't one of these consistent contenders. You'll have a couple of years where you'll probably do really good and then eventually go back to being somewhere along the mid. The reality of the situation is you give Ryan Silverfield a lot of time, I think he'll be able to make something happen. There's no guarantee, but I think give him some time. But it's not gonna come together in 1 year. It's not. You've got a lot of time until then. You got banned from the Buckeyes subreddit. What'd you do? Did you troll him? Oh, that's soft as hell. Oh, that's soft as hell. But no surprise. Absolutely no surprise there. They're just like their offensive line. Soft as hell. With NIL, predicting who will suddenly jump out at the top tier was a bit harder. Oh, yeah, well, NIL has split the slate between who can pay the most money. But even then, that doesn't matter all. I mean, there have been several teams who have paid well more money and still haven't gotten anything out of it. Tennessee's one of them. Tennessee's a team that hasn't done anything with the money that they've had. But the list could go on. I could talk about teams like Florida State. Oregon paid more than Ohio State did and then got blown out by them in the playoffs. Ohio State paid more than Miami did, and they got beat in the playoffs. Did I say Illinois stream? I meant Indiana, Alabama stream. Yeah, my brain is on autopilot right now. Ohio State would wipe the AFC. Squidward Community College. Oh, yeah, great college. Tardaria University right there next to them. This sucks, but the Buckeyes will be back next year, hopefully, with a better O-line and D-line. Yeah, you guys need to load up on the lines of scrimmage. Because that was the problem tonight. Mainly, because what happened to Caden Curry? He was just nowhere to be seen tonight. Was he injured? Legitimately, I'm asking that. Was he injured? Because he wasn't injured. He was playing. I didn't see him do anything tonight. Not a sack, not a QB pressure. He literally didn't do anything. Miami lost to Louisville, who lost to Cal, and Cal lost to Hawaii. Yeah, Hawaii's a playoff team, sir. Don't you know? Nathan Tucker, thank you very much for the 2, says there will be no repeat for Ohio State. LOL. Yes, that is right. We will have a new national champion, and it's down to 7 teams left. Red's not doing his stream tomorrow? Damn. Yeah, honestly, it's hard to blame him after that one. Most Ohio State fans came into this one thinking it was a clean slate, that they were just going to wipe Miami off the face of the earth. Any given situation, if you're an SEC man or an ACC man, you would be thinking the same thing. Dumb Gamers, appreciate the 2, buddy, says, I guess the beatings didn't help morale improve. Not this time, no. The beatings shall not continue, nor shall morale improve. All right. Nathan Tucker, thank you very much for the 2, says, hope everyone has a good night and a happy new year. Yes, you too. You two have a very, very happy new year. Both of you guys. It's I can't believe we're almost at the end of this year. Absolutely crazy. Got a lot of work to do. I know that for a fact. Cannot believe Ohio State's getting out this early. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Got to figure out what I'm going to do for it. I sat by you last night at the game? Really, you did? Which one were you? Were you like right next to me, or because I distinctly remember who was around me. Obviously, Lucas was to the right of me. Were you one of the new fans? Basically saying a word for kids, because there was 2 kids right next to me. So if you're one of them, that'd be cool. If you were if you were actually anybody around me, that would be sick. All right, yeah, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Daiso. And who else? I guess we'll do Primus. Mr. 007. Welcome to the moderator crew. Only rule is don't screw it up. Here, I'll help you get started. Time for this guy to go ahead and go to the Shadow Realm and think about his decisions. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, good sir. You better behave, because the mods will be hard at work. All right, well, I better get on out of here, you guys. It's about that time for the new year. I will be celebrating it, of course, with my family, who's downstairs waiting. I still can't believe the results of this one, because again, I was so confident that they were gonna pull this one off. Of all the things, I was I was literally the most confident that that Ohio State was gonna pull this one out, and well, they didn't. They did the furthest thing away from that. Just wow. Unbelievable. You were? Nice. You were sitting by the spicy mustard. You know it. All right, bet. Glad you found my channel, man. Thank you very much. And thank you to Meta Intelligica for thank you very much, good sir. Let me make sure I'm spelling that right. With very generous super chat here. I can at least try and spell it right. Meta Intelligentsia. I think that's what it says. Meta Intelligentsia. Thank you very much. Very generous super chat, sir. Says, Happy New Year, Squid. Make sure you're rubbing it into red on FBS. I absolutely will. I love college football podcasts whilst I labor during the week and live. College football chaos was a niche on YouTube that needed a worthy person. Yeah, man. Well, thank you very, very, very much for tuning in. Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, you best guarantee that I'm gonna give all the hell in the world to Red, because I know he's gonna give it back to me, because that's what we do on the show. But it's the first time in history where both of our teams have lost in consecutive weeks. So yes, you best guarantee that I'm gonna give it back to him, because he's gonna give it to me. I know that for a fact. That's a given right there. Let's see. SX2AP, thank you very much for the 5, says, Happy New Year. Power to Tardaria. Thank you for the great material in 2025. Thank you very much, good sir, for tuning into it. And you best guarantee that we will going to have a great 2026. Again, the goal is to hit 50,000 subscribers here on YouTube. And considering how fast this channel has grown, we can probably get well beyond that. Greatest community here, right on this channel, Squidtard. So thank you all so much for tuning in and being loyal supporters to the crew. 7th Floor Crew. Not quite the 7th Floor Crew. I'm not even going to bother to play it on the entry or on the outro because you already know you're going to be hearing it for the Get Out video. So I've got no reason to play it here. But yeah, on that note, we're going to go ahead and call it a night, guys. So thank you all very, very much for tuning in tonight. Y'all are all phenomenal, wonderful people. And then, of course, before I leave, let me make sure I do this. You already know this is going to happen. I said right foot creep. This is the Ohio State sucks gritty. Or the squiddy. I keep forgetting to call it the squiddy. Ooh. 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 Bam. 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 All right. Enough of that. And I'll do it. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. Might as well. Where is it? Da da da. Da 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 da. Here it is. Bam. Okay. Kyrie Salford, thank you very much for the 5 says. Happy New Year, Squidtard. Happy New Year, Squidtard Sports. Thank you so much for helping me getting through 2025. Yeah, man, no problem. Thank you very much for watching. I very much greatly appreciate it. You're a real one. You all are real ones. And we'll go ahead and play the thing for you on the way out because you already know that's how it's going to be.
This thing on? Good. Hi. This is marvelous.
Good grief.
This song and this entire...
Oh, yep. Hold on. Let me skip here for a minute.
Well, you know...
All right. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I can't explain how much thankful I am for you guys. You all are all wonderful people. Happy New Year. I'll say it to you right now since I'm going ahead and signing out. Happy New Year. Looking forward to a phenomenal 2026 with you guys. Going to be 10 years. It is going to be the official 10-year anniversary of Squidtard. We're going on 10 years. It's going to be all the way in December 4th. I don't even know what I'm going to do once I hit 10 years, but we'll figure it out once we get there. Thank you all for a phenomenal 2025. Here's to the next current year, and we'll check with you all later. Thank you all again for tuning in.
You know what I mean? All right, bring the track.
Thank you all for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow for the Rose Bowl with Alabama and Indiana. Until then, power to Tardaria!
That she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. If that bitch only knew that she was getting money by the whole crew. What would she do? What would she do?
What's your name?
Marvelous.
What you do?
Hold my nuts.
How you do it?
With your ass on the small. If you only knew that your hoe was getting dug up by the whole 7th floor crew, tell me what would you do?
To win, you gotta not lose.
Would you try to hate on me? Don't matter to me, chief. That's why your ass stay lonely. I stay rubbing, stay squeezing that ass for days. Don't throw your ass at me, play. That's how Marvelous get paid. I keep getting laid, no matter the time of the day, no matter about where she stay. Keep breaking her off and shaking that dick up in yours, eh? As you don't wanna test these pimp ass niggas unless you want your wig split. Cause I keep my dick stiff. Stubbing around this 7th floor, I keep my eyes peeled for these.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
She was getting fucked on the 7th floor.
Can't believe I forgot that one.
If that bitch only knew that she was getting money by the whole crew. What would she do? What would she do?
What's your name?
T good.
What you do?
I'm a plumber.
How you do it?
I laid a pipe for that.
This is college football at its
If y'all
absolute
hoes
best.
fucked on the 7th floor, then you would know, cause the bitch don't want you no more. She told you she met a guy who was nice and candid. I think they call him T Good or the Big Dick Bandit. Say he had a big dick, but I thought it was random. Then he pulled out the fucking Magnum Trojan condom. Then he said, baby, that's
I'm a man. I'm 40.
He brought in all of his 7th floor friends. She found out it was more than mine, just a football team. It's also the 7th floor king dingaling. She thought 5'2" was just my number, then she realized you multiply the bitch up, dog, you get my dick size. Put it in the pussy, then in the butt. That's all, folks, dog. The condom is filled up. Just busted.
If your hoe only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th
What's your name? Big Nick. What you do? Slang dick. How you do it? Hit that shit.
God save the queen!
Come knock on the door. Hoes bouncing that ass all over our floor.
Thank y'all for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned for more action in the current year, the next year. Power to Tart area!